Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Consequences.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
What now?
A fucking bitch.
Don't be creepy. It's a great day for being sad.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I don't want reality.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Are you not entertained?
Your name, please?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To his car.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
That's too much, man!
Climate and everything are the same word.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Precision of language. Please.
Zuckerbucks.
China!
I did everything right and they indicted me.
How rude.
Don't even play.
He looks good and he looks hard.
I'm staying in the race.
Well, looky here. A
see some space spams. It's a beautiful Saturday. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. On this here winter solstice eve, I say we get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. Safety first on this here space journey. Alrighty, stream seems to be working okay. Knock on wood. Also, thank you for the super sticker, Charlie Jinmir. I see those beautiful trumpeting citrus fruits. Mono up, Sarah Layla, and Aaron W123 in the YouTube chat here on Flat Chat. Disco Wolf, Glowsworth, Mozart. Who else do I see? Charlie Jinmir as well, Bobby, Garmady. Your mom is also here, thank God. BCat, Christopher DeBlante, and Jerry McLean. Good to see you all. Let's get to the show. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Who did this? Wait, didn't we do this whatever. Let's pretend this never happened. We gotta start these holiday time shows with some holiday time clips. So here's an obligatory one for you galactic peeps.
Well, someone tried to steal Christmas from a Downey toy drive, but the holiday spirit stepped in to save the day. NBC4's Gordon Tsukumatsu shares the story of Hood Santa and the toy maker's generous donation.
It's like Santa's workshop, except it's not at the North Pole. It's in Valencia. Stacks and stacks and stacks of toys at World Tech Toys. And the brothers who run it?
We didn't grow up with much being younger.
Vic and Kev Kuyumjian grew up in a needy family, they told us, and remember what it's like to get just...
What do you think? I was wondering when I was watching this, where do you figure the name Kuyumjian comes from? I feel like it's got to be like Armenian or like Azerbaijan, perhaps.
One gift, which they would have to share. So they jumped.
A friend of mine sent me the story on Instagram.
But they heard about what happened to Tito Rodriguez of Downey.
Oh, it's devastating. It's heartbreaking because we know the need is there.
Every year for the past 13, he pulls together a toy drive for his Hearts Foundation. With the nickname Hood Santa, he puts on a concert with SOS Music, asking fans to donate to his cause. Toys for kids from needy families, just like the Kuyumjian brothers were before they got into the toy business. Last weekend, someone broke into a U-Haul truck he had rented.
It was filled with toys for kids.
And did a most Grinch-like thing.
They cut the lock off of the roll-up door and they wiped out about half of the U-Haul.
Kev and Vic were so moved by Santa Hood's story that they gave him a call out of the blue. He gave them the lowdown.
He said there was hundreds of kids that were going to get those toys that people donated. Everything was stolen, so it was going to ruin all the kids' Christmas.
So today... they're preparing to save Tito's drive.
Lambos for all the children. Thank God. Well, really, thank the Kuyumjian brothers, I guess, for saving Christmas in this LA neighborhood. All right. Wait a second. I just realized something. My mouth is not moving. What's happening? Hold on. Please hold. All right, we're back. We're back. We're good. We did it. We fixed it. We are all good. 2 streams? 3 streams, technically. We got the flat stream and the vertical stream on YouTube's, and we got the Twitch stream. So many options for people to watch. In what medium would you like to watch the stream? I've been considering branching out to 4, but trying to just master 3 right now. I'm pretty sure you can stream live to TikTok. We're already doing a vertical stream, so it should be technically doable. But we are splitting up that stream 4 times. It does make things a little complicated. Oh, God. Okay. Now, let's get on to some regular stories here. We have been talking about Luigi Mangione pretty much every stream at the beginning for weeks now, it seems like. And CNN did a little story here, dropped a few hours ago. They talk about their concern for Luigi Mangione. A shocking twist.
From Ivy League rich kid to inmate number 52503-511, that is Luigi Mangione's new identification inside the walls of Brooklyn's notorious Metropolitan Detention Center, commonly known as MDC. The 26-year-old is the latest high-profile inmate at the Federal Detention Center. Former inmates include sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, farmer bro Martin Shkreli, and R.
bad
Kelly.
people.
Currently, Sean Diddy Combs is also being held there on federal charges, including sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. Mangione and Combs also sharing a lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, who is working on Mangione's case with his wife and lead counsel, Karen.
I'm going to try and minimize the amount of time he spends in very, very difficult and I believe inhumane housing conditions in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Detention Facility.
Agnifilo recently argued to move the music mogul before trial because of the conditions at MDC. While the department wouldn't confirm details of any specific inmate, policy shows upon arrival they undergo a 21-day evaluation to determine in what unit they will be held. Because Mangione's case is high profile, it's likely he will be housed in what's called the SHU, a unit where inmates are separated from the general population, largely for safety reasons.
I believe SHU stands for a Special Housing Unit, SHU.
Actions will be limited. I think the oversight will be
Watched a couple prison shows in my time.
I think he'll be subject to a lot less dangers.
We are pushing for basic humanity.
In recent years, inmates, attorneys, and activists have sounded the alarm on issues like violence, overcrowding, staffing shortages, even power outages. In September, a federal judge condemned the facility's conditions, prompting the Bureau of Prisons to appoint an urgent action team to, quote, take a holistic look at the challenges at MDC Brooklyn.
So it was a big deal, and I think that tells you all you need to know with respect to what's happening. Yeah, there.
As for Mangione, a Bureau of Prisons handbook outlines daily life behind bars, including a 6 a.m. wake-up call for breakfast, sweeping and mopping his cell.
That is early. That is early. 6 a.m. Come on. Come on. How are you supposed to start eating at 6 a.m.? It's insane.
A new change of clothes 3 days a week, and a chance to shop in the commissary once every 2 weeks, where he can buy candy bars, crossword books, and deodorant. In Pennsylvania,
Nutella spread. Okay, I
donations
saw.
were made to Mangione.
You know, let's look at this list here. What do they got? Wow, this stuff is expensive. $4.50 for a 6-pack of water? Jesus. Decaffeinated coffee for $3.55. A limit. You can only buy 3. You can't have more than 3. Strange. I wonder what would happen if you had 4. Would there be anarchy, chaos in the in the jail? Sugar-free honey? What does that mean? What is sugar-free honey? Jalapeno wheels. Jalapeno wheel. Jalapeno wheel. Jalapeno. What is that jalapeno wheel? Anybody? Anybody got an answer on that one for me? I'm a little bit confused what that is. Mayo, peanut butter, Velveeta cheese, okay. Nutella, tuna, oatmeal, jalapeno squeeze cheese. So you got a jalapeno wheel and then jalapeno cheese. A lot of jalapeno stuff. Interesting.
Crossword books and deodorant. In Pennsylvania, more than 100
sugar-free honey is just honey.
Mangione's commissary account. The Bureau.
That's what I thought in my mind. I was like, wait, do they put honey in sugar? I could have sworn that the honey, the sugar that exists in honey is naturally occurring. I'm confused.
Prisons won't comment on inmates' accounts. CNN has learned that commissary money that was in Mangione's account in Pennsylvania will be transferred to the Bureau of Prisons for Mangione. Also important to note, his attorneys in court said that they reserve their right to request bail in this case, possibly at a later date. Bryn Gingras, CNN, New York.
Joining us now is prison consultant Sam Mangel. Sam is in touch with members of Mangione's legal team and staff attorneys from that detention center, but has not been retained by the defense. Sam, we wanted to make sure everybody was all on the same page there. Nice to have you here with us. I just first want to know from your perspective what it's like in this facility and how Mangione might be treated.
So first, thank you for having me back. I've described this facility, and it's kind of caught on as a catchphrase, as the worst facility. I mean, it's worse than hell. Where he currently is in a protective custody unit. So it's similar to a SHU, and he's being held there for evaluation. Until they can clear him psychologically, physically, emotionally, they're not going to put him into a general population environment. Even though he won't be in theoretical general population, he'll most likely be on what's called Unit 4H, which is where your high-profile inmates are. It is not a pleasant place to be. However, it is much better than the alternative, which would be a state facility, where Rikers, for a number of reasons.
And why is that?
So they go into a bunch of things here, talking about how they are concerned that because Luigi comes from a affluent family, that he will be targeted and essentially held like for ransom in prison, or threatened by other prisoners to get money in their prisoner accounts. Whether or not that actually is going to happen, I honestly am not so sure. He seems to have quite a lot of support. We saw other prisoners like literally calling for his release at a different prison he was being held at. So I don't know. I mean, could happen. Keep an eye out, but yeah, just I'm not so sure. All right. It is the holiday, so let's keep talking about some holiday stuff. Let's talk about some fun. It's the weekend. You know, it's not quite Sunday fun day, but technically it is for some already Sunday. So let's talk about, you know, one of those holiday drinks that are more fun to drink than others, perhaps.
Philadelphia is home to the Liberty Bell and the iconic Rocky statue. It is also where the popular holiday drink, Pennsylvania Dutch Eggnog, is made. But despite the drink's reputation, the company that creates it has been something of a mystery. Meg Oliver is here to uncover it, the story. Morning, Meg.
Good morning, Dana.
I love.
Jacqueline.
Do I love?
A little-known Philadelphia factory that has been.
This has nothing to do with eggnog. I just love the fact that the other two things Philadelphia is most proud of in this moment are, of course, Rocky and the Liberty Bell. You know, Philadelphia, they at least they know who they are. It's true.
It is also where the popular holiday drink, Pennsylvania Dutch Eggnog, is made. But despite the drink's reputation, the company that creates it has been something of a mystery. Meg Oliver is here to uncover it. The story. Morning, Meg.
Good morning, Dana. That's right.
And
Charles
of
Jacquemin's
course,
is the little-known Philadelphia factory that has been churning out the.
and of course, they celebrate the illustrious Bob Carmody, YouTube chatter, and Majority Report mod.
Classic boozy holiday drink for decades.
They just didn't. They didn't have a picture ready to throw in there.
In the heart of the gritty streets of Philadelphia sits an
But let's be real. CBS doesn't take journalism that seriously.
unassuming building that has remained virtually unchanged for more than 80 years. Inside Charles Jacquemin's distillery, the recipe for their old-school Pennsylvania Dutch eggnog hasn't changed either.
It's our biggest item, and it's the #1 or #2 eggnog in America.
The origins of eggnog dates back to medieval British times. When the drink made its way to the colonies, it became the eggnog we know today.
The quintessential holiday drink, and you know, I don't drink eggnog every day, but
yeah,
definitely
that's probably good.
My family and I will drink a bottle.
Drinking eggnog every day. I'm pretty sure that is a recipe for disaster. I don't know exactly the fat content or cholesterol content, sugar content, regardless of the alcohol in it. Like, to be drinking eggnog on a daily basis. Oh boy.
Jacquemin's eggnog journey began 4 decades ago with an employee's work trip to Ireland to learn how to make Irish cream, the company's desire to branch out from cordials, and an untapped market. In 1981, Jacquemin's introduced alcoholic eggnog commercially to the nation. CEO John
I'm not going to lie, though. I really do like eggnog.
Is simple.
Like, I don't know if anybody here enjoys eggnog. It is kind of an acquired taste, I guess, to some degree. I don't know, though. I don't remember exactly the first time I had it. I must have been... It was definitely not an adult, but... I don't know. There's something about that. Really brings on the holiday feeling.
What makes it different?
Besides the alcohol, it's just the basic ingredients. It's the cream. That's locally sourced. It's the eggs. We don't use egg powder. It's our proprietary blend of brandy, of bourbon, and of rum, and that's it. And sugar, of course.
Man, well, of course, you need the sugar.
Never changed it.
Haven't changed it.
During peak season, Jacquemin's produces more than 200,000 cases of
Do
eggnog.
they make it in a Dutch oven?
To all 50 states.
Very funny. Now, I've never actually had Pennsylvania Dutch eggnog before. I don't know what that makes me an eggnog novice, but I'm used to a different brand that is local to my hometown on Earth, and never strayed. I've never strayed from it. Perhaps somebody in chat's had it. They could tell us how good or not good it is. But I figured we'd just chuck in a eggnog story. Get us feeling that holiday feeling inside. You know what else might bring on the holiday feeling for some? At least did for me. Just slightly. It gave me a warm, sort of glowing, I felt sort of coming from deep inside of me. Now, I'm not claiming that Santa brought this to us, or in any way this is related to the holidays, but somehow it does in fact give me a feeling. And of course, this man is not actually leaving the Senate yet, but he is stepping down as the leader of the Republican Party. He's going to be getting replaced by not Ole, but oh God, what's his name? Oh, my brain just broke. Mitch McConnell replacement. Oh my God. Thune, thank you, John Thune, who will be the new Senate Republican leader. And he, not Thune, but McConnell, on the Senate floor, made his final remarks as leader.
I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the next roll call vote.
Without objection.
It's not entirely clear yet.
He got through 7 words. He's like, oh boy. Hold on. I've gone through half a sentence. I need to clear my throat.
It's end of the year business. But when the Senate does adjourn, I'll just about mark the end of my tenure as a Republican leader. I've made it this clear this year that our colleagues haven't seen the last of me. I still fully intend to keep frustrating my critics.
Thank God. I don't think he even frustrates his critics anymore. I think we're all genuinely concerned, not just for the state that he represents, but more specifically about Mitch McConnell. You know, he doesn't seem to be doing super good in terms of, you know, just kind of getting through regular life, let alone being a not Democratic, a senator for a state. It's weird vibes. Even Republicans are like, you know, Mitch, we could use a new leader. You're getting a little long in tooth.
Years ahead. But while I still command this particular podium, I thought I might make a few observations I've picked up along the way. Folks come to Washington to do one of two things. Either to make a point,
You know, I just noticed.
or to make a difference.
I just noticed that there's a huge bruise on Mitch McConnell's face. Do you see this? It is big. And it looks like they've tried to cover it up with a little bit of makeup maybe, but holy shit, when he turns, it goes all the way down his chin.
To make a point,
That fall really must have...
make a difference.
He must have really hurt himself on that fall.
It's usually not that hard to tell who's doing which, especially in situations like the one we're in right now.
You haven't... You're right. You're right. It is I, Mitch McConnell. You have not seen the last of me. I will be back. Wait, what? What's happening right there? Hold on. Hold on. Well, I'll be back after I get done conquering these elusive stairs here in front of me.
People who are here to make a difference recognize pretty quickly you never get everything you want, but often you can get quite a lot. And the folks who prefer to make a point have a funny habit of reminding us out loud how poorly they understand that fact. I don't care to count how many times I've reminded our colleagues and our House counterparts how harmful it is to shut the government down.
Wow.
And how foolish.
I love this. This is hilarious because really, I mean, that's the funny thing about Mitch. Even though he's been the leader of the Republicans, you know, he has this like faint respect for the existence of government as it relates to making Republicans things happen, goals and whatnot happen. He has at least that modicum of respect for the government, whereas many of the new Republican leaders are just hoping to burn it all down entirely. Whereas Mitch sees how they can enact the theocracy with the government. They don't actually need to burn it down. They just need to change some stuff. That's how he sees it. Do you know what else I'm noticing, though? It's not just this massive bruise on Mitch McConnell's face. He's also wearing some sort of brace down here on his hand. Do you see that?
It is to bet your own side
He really must have taken a hard fall.
won't take the blame for it. Recent history doesn't leave a whole lot of room for interpretation on that one. When you try to use normal government function as a bargaining chip, you pay a political price.
Oh, no, not a political price. That's not what we want, okay, people? Can we at least agree on that? We can't afford to be losing things. Wait, hold on, where are my keys? Linda, where are my keys? Okay. Let's go here. To the majority report. Talk about a different Republican.
Hey folks, here's a PSA. If you ever have some type of controversy where your like internet handle shows up on a site that may be inconsistent with your publicly professed values.
Okay, well, you have to do the ad read, Nude Africa. We're paid by them. Do it.
I was actually going to say, like, for instance, like, if I get out here and I'm like,
the
go
majority
Red Sox,
report,
but I'm
sponsored
on some
by
Yankees
Nude
forum
Africa.
as, like, you know, a big puppy lover or something, or I don't know. I mean, like, it's, you don't want to get exposed in that way. So, you know, if you're ever going to be on, like, a Zoom or something, make sure that you've taken it down. Can you think of any other example, Emma, of what I'm talking about?
Well, thankfully, Carolina Forward, a local paper in, or maybe it was actually, I'm sorry, the Assembly in North Carolina that broke this. So Mark Robinson, the guy who, well, we should say, he allegedly had an account called Mini Soldier where he posted all over sites called Nude Africa and other forums where he talked about very explicit sexual things, but also about being a black Nazi. I am a black Nazi, he proclaimed.
Jesus Christ.
He denied that was him, Mini Soldier, even though it was associated with like an Amazon account that he made reviews on for like toy trains or something that was linked back to him, even though one of the profiles with the same username had his exact face in it and said Mark Robinson, even though there was corroborating information about what he posted about.
Sounds like AI to me, but go ahead.
Talking about his wife, the number of years they were married matched
up. It's a deep fake.
The details about that, about, I guess, like, I don't know, other parts about where he lived or grew up were also corroborated, but he kept denying that it was him, and in fact he said he was going to sue CNN for their investigative report into this.
Well, I mean, look, listen, anybody can go back in time and create these fake accounts.
Yeah.
Do it retroactively.
It's so true.
Right? I mean, so it doesn't prove anything. Emma,
it's AI.
I mean, it could be AI for all we know.
But Mark Robinson is still a lieutenant governor, and so he has some duties to do before he is eventually.
Wait a second.
Well, does he get?
I just realized something. Is it Mark Robinson?
He got elected, right?
Wait.
He's on his way out.
Isn't Mitch McConnell? Aren't they both Kentucky?
Anyway, but he still has duties to fulfill at the tail end of his time as lieutenant governor of North Carolina. So he logged onto a Zoom because they're planning the inauguration of the new governor, Josh Stein.
Do you mean like an AI world, like a sim world where maybe somebody could have like
Second Life
type of situation? Or are we talking like in real life?
That's right, North Carolina. Thank you.
This was an official meeting with other people working on the inauguration.
From North Carolina.
In the actual government in North Carolina. They had a Google Meet.
The people on that thing were like Jennifer,
Samantha,
Pam,
Stephanie
or Gladys, and then
someone else logged in.
Weird. Mini Soldier.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's self-referential.
Oh yeah, Nude Africa, the black Nazi guy.
Yeah.
Now, wait a second. Before we jump to any conclusions, although it was confirmed that it was Robinson on this call.
He's doing a bit.
It's a joke. No.
Come on.
It's called reappropriation.
Exactly.
This is no. Don't you understand, though? On some level, it's like the liberals, the libs, made me be mini soldier, so you did this to me. You look what you made me do. I had to be mini soldier.
I had to relog into all those sites.
I had to go and create mini soldier, and thank goodness.
Sorry, wait. Sorry, something just happened. What's happening? What is that? I can hear something in the background.
No one else on Zoom had taken this
Okay, I'm just
handle,
messing
which
with
I've
you.
never used before, and now I get to be mini soldier on Zoom.
Look what you made me do.
Look what you made me do.
I'm really looking forward to them following through on that lawsuit against CNN. It definitely wasn't just like a glorified press release to take some heat off of him. Holy moly. He's so dumb. That's what's fun about it, too. Both insane and dumb.
Amazing.
I'm not in the KKK. They don't let blacks join. If I was in the KKK, I would have called him Martin Lucifer. Okay, I'm not going to finish that.
Yep.
Okay, but we don't know for sure. It could be that just coincidentally, the guy with the picture that looks like him writing that stuff under mini soldier, and then there's just a second Mark Robinson out there who's a mini soldier. This happens with like voting rolls a lot of times.
It's true.
Last
It's
name,
true.
you get
It's true.
What if it's a
Honestly-
doppelganger? This could be a horror movie.
Or it could have been...
Lots of people have the last name Robinson. He's not the first person. How many Mark Robinsons are there? Must be so many. The likelihood of that happening. I mean, sure, you have to combine the probability of another Mark Robinson coming into the chat who's also has the handle. So there's like a multiple probabilities that are going on all at once that have to line up. But it's still, I mean, sure, maybe it's astronomical, and but I would say that's just you poo-pooing. That's what it is, really. I mean, come on. You actually know two Mark Robinsons? See? Okay. Let's go here.
It was a documented claim.
And Chris, I wanted to ask you, in the Des Moines Register lawsuit, Trump is alleging consumer fraud by the Des Moines Register as a weapon. Could you talk about that particularly, and also the impact on these media companies, of many of which tend to want to settle just to get rid of a lawsuit?
Right. Yeah, the fraud charge is, as far as I know, has no legal basis. You can't, just say because a pollster got something wrong, there's some deliberate intent to mislead. It's a plainly frivolous suit, but that is the point. This is a show of power on the part of an administration that we know from its prior term in office takes every opportunity to demonize, harass, and intimidate the free press. So, the Des Moines Register suit is very much like the Trump biography suit I mentioned earlier. It's just his vanity was affronted by poll findings that, turned out to be wrong.
Illegal.
I don't know what he can assert the damage has been if he won Iowa by 15 points after this poll was released. It is just a plain effort.
The damage is clearly emotional, okay? It's emotional and mental distress, okay? Seeing those polls upset Donald Trump so much that he couldn't sleep. He was crying to himself, weeping, if even perhaps. He's probably, I mean, so much damage probably done by that one poll to Donald Trump's psyche. It's very frail psyche.
Harass and intimidate.
He deserves money for
to its
being
credit,
hurt.
The Register's parent company, unlike Disney,
Like
which
that.
owns ABC,
Triggered,
indicates
even.
it will be putting up a robust defense, and in a sane court system, they will prevail. But all of this takes resources and money, and as you mentioned, Juan, big companies don't want to be bothered with the hassle of going to court, even though these companies also have libel insurance precisely for cases like this, and they don't actually tend to suffer in terms of the bottom line.
I mean, this is extremely serious. When you look at the amount that ABC settled for, they were just about to go to depositions, right, of George Stephanopoulos and Trump, to discovery. So ABC called that off. $15 million plus another $1 million for lawyers' fees. Any smaller news organization couldn't possibly deal with something like this.
Well, come on.
And then you have these news divisions that are not, profitable. They only profit democracy, but so-called, financially profitable from these multinational or these very large corporations that own lots of other things, like Bezos with the Washington Post, and they care more about that other stuff. They don't want to be seen unfavorably by Trump. So they settle on the news issue. This is so extremely disturbing.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have large corporations who are they don't have journalistic values, they don't have journalistic priorities. As you said, the news operations are lost leaders for these figures.
That is insane.
Jeff Bezos has billions of dollars in government contracts, a publisher of the LA Times. It's
insane where we're at right now in society.
Pharmaceutical holdings that come under federal regulation. So he too is preemptively knuckling under to the Trump administration. He's killed.
It's not looking good, people. Future's not looking super good. All right, now if you didn't hear, the government did in fact finally pass a funding bill to keep the government open for another 84 days, I believe. So let's go and look at that, what's been going on around all of that. Start here. This was the House passing that very bill yesterday. Barely 24 hours ago.
366, the nays 34, one member voting present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
All right, let's go here now to Mike Johnson, who was quote-unquote very grateful.
Well, good evening, everybody. We are really grateful that tonight, in bipartisan fashion, with overwhelming majority of votes, we passed the American Relief Act of 2025. This is a very important piece of legislation. It funds the government, of course, until March of 2025. That was a big priority for us. This is America First legislation because it allows us to be set up to deliver for the American people. In January, we will make a sea change in Washington. President Trump will return to D.C. and to the White House, and we will have Republican control of the Senate and the House. Things are going to be very different around here. I was in constant contact with President Trump throughout this process, spoke with him most recently about 45 minutes ago. he knew exactly what we were doing and why, and this is a good outcome for the country. I think he's certain.
King Trump, who is not technically in office yet, thankfully got on the phone with Republican House Majority Dwarf Mike Johnson. They came to an understanding.
Happy about this outcome as well. Elon Musk and I talked within about an hour ago, and we talked about the extraordinary challenges of this job. And I said, hey, you want to be Speaker of the House? I don't know. He said, this may be the hardest job in the world. I think it is. But we're going to get through this. We are going to unify this country, and we are going to bring the America First agenda to the people beginning in January. We cannot wait.
And there you go. Mike Johnson can't wait to bring America First agenda to Congress. What that means, I don't know. I have heard the phrase America First many times. Seems to have multiple interpretations. But hey, Mike Johnson can take a tiny, tiny victory lap. Not just because he has tiny little feet, but because, you know, there's only 84 days of government funding that they just passed. They will have to do this again next year. Now let's see what voters on the street thought about Congress passing this last-minute bill to avert the government shutdown. Associated Press hitting the pavement 7 hours ago. What is the American... Yeah, Project 2025. Right, exactly. But remember, Project 25, Donald Trump doesn't even know what Project 25 is, right? Remember, it's Agenda 47 or something like that. It's not clear exactly what America First will actually mean. I mean, we've heard all sorts of different stuff about what it's supposed to be. Probably bad. That much I think we can say is most likely bad. Even though they're claiming America First, you know, it's a statement very open to interpretation, I feel.
I really wasn't worried about it because in almost 100% of the cases, Congress always came forward and settled it. And I was a little bit happy that they were going to cut down on some of the expenses that the Democrats wanted to put in. So
Were you?
I was happy with the outcome.
Yeah, you were excited about that?
I thought from this last election there was like more Republicans in control, but I heard that they actually went against what Donald Trump was asking for, a specific like mandate in the bill, something about a debt ceiling. So it's actually really interesting to see that the Republican Party isn't actually staying aligned, even though we just had a pretty big victory.
Listen to this genius here. They found. How do they find these people? It's truly incredible. Here's a Republican voter upset about Republicans not listening to Donald Trump enough, even though Donald Trump went back and forth at least twice on what he wanted with this deal. But this idiot's just, he's definitely sure that they're not being loyal enough already, even though Donald Trump's not in office yet. Fascinating. There we go. Associated Press finding the most brilliant among us on the streets of Florida to give us a perspective that we all needed. Thank God we have them. All right. Let's go here. ABC News from 11 hours ago. President Joe Biden signs into law the bipartisan funding bill averting government shutdown.
President Biden signing the new government funding bill here at home just minutes ago in Washington. That's after Congress scrambled to pass the spending plan at the end of a roller coaster few days on Capitol Hill. It all started with a bipartisan deal to avoid a government shutdown, a plan that was tanked by President-elect Trump and billionaire Elon Musk, forcing lawmakers to go back to the drawing board, coming up with a plan that failed on Thursday, followed by another plan that passed the House last night and then the Senate early this morning. Our Jay O'Brien was along for the ride all week long. What a ride it was. He joins us now from Washington with more on this. Jay, good to see you. Glad you're here. The objection from Trump centered on his push to raise the debt ceiling, which Congress ultimately did not do. Break down what that actually means for us in this bill.
It's good to be here, Gio, and not standing in a basement hallway on Capitol Hill waiting for some lawmaker to come out and tell us something. So, yeah, Donald Trump had demanded that the debt ceiling be included in these government funding talks, and any kind of temporary funding of the government should include a raising of the debt ceiling, which doesn't come due until the spring. But Donald Trump said he didn't want that fraught political issue to come up in the early months of his...
I love that. I love that detail about all of this. The Donald Trump, he wanted them to raise the get rid of the debt ceiling, but he didn't want to be the one to do it. It shows you just how scrupulous Donald Trump really is. This is a man of great, what do you call it? Great ethics. Strong ideology, you know, a commitment to the ideas. Because maybe you don't know that. The fact is, I mean, you know, like Republicans genuinely love the debt ceiling because it gives them the opportunity to shut the government down every few months, right? And to threaten all sorts of important government spending over just keeping the government open. Donald Trump understands, I guess, that this is actually bad and people don't like this ever-looming threat of government shutdown, but doesn't want to be the one to undo this very convenient legislative vehicle for Republicans. It's one of their favorite things. If they could avert government shutdown more, like if they could make it, instead of having to do it every few months, if they could just do it every week, oh my God, they would absolutely do that.
Term, and he said if the debt ceiling was going to be risen at all, it should be in the final days of Joe Biden's term. So he pushed Republicans to do that, but that was never going to get the support of Democrats who have said they believe they want to use the debt ceiling, which is, again, the cap on how much the U.S. can borrow to pay its bills. They want to use that fraught political issue as a potential bargaining chip as Republicans.
When I heard this, I was utterly floored that the Democrats want to play this game as well. That the Democrats think that the government shutdown looming is also a good idea. Now, for some reason, just because Republicans are coming into office right now, I think it's bad politically. You know, it's bad for democracy more than anything. Oh, for the love of God. It really does. This year has been so fucked. But ever since the election, I have been even more depressed. Not just because Republicans are coming into office, because it really, some of this leaning into Republican framing, Republican tactics, all these other sorts of things that Democrats seem to be doing now, even more than ever, is just such a shit vibe. Because the fact is Democrats are supposed to be about the functioning of government, about the institutions of government doing what they are proposing to do, you know, making sure people aren't, starving, that they're getting their education, they're not, like all of these things. And it's just ridiculous that we would somehow use those as bargaining chips. I think it's perverse, honestly. Let's talk about the future a little bit here. Actually, this isn't even in the title. I didn't even title this stream today. But let's get into this. This was pretty cool. Kyle Kulinski went on to the Majority Report. Something that I don't think has ever happened. And it's weird because both channels have been around for basically the existence of YouTube. Since people realized that you could do podcasts on YouTube, Majority Report and Kyle Kulinski have both existed.
We are back, and I'm so excited to have on the show, long time coming, Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk, Crystal, Kyle, and friends. Kyle, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
So, your posting game has kind of been getting me through, I would say, these past few weeks, because this might be the funniest tweet I've seen in quite a while. Nancy Mace went to barbecue for her birthday, and how many different kinds of beans is this? Kyle tweeted, "That's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch." And I saw another person saying, "Well, now we."
Oh God, it is pretty great. It's a good tweet.
Why she's obsessed with bathrooms? So
it's true.
That is so.
Nancy just wants to feel comfortable in bathrooms when she's doing her business here, and she's got a lot of business to do.
Gross.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, God, I don't want to be in a 6-foot radius of that lady right now. Holy moly.
Yeah, I told Chris, I was like, man, because that was one of those tweets where I didn't think it just happened. Like, I saw it, and that was my instant reaction, and I just went with it. And afterwards,
flow state tweet.
Flow state tweet. That's exactly right. Crystal was like, man, you had a real moment of brilliance there, didn't you?
It really, I mean, honestly, that is, if you have a tune.
I feel like, in a way, that's Crystal saying, Kyle, I know you think you're really funny and the internet thinks you're funny, but you're not that funny usually. But that was actually pretty good. I know we're married and all, but yeah.
Stone, there you go. You can just have that tweet basically superimposed on it.
It got big. People are making like graphics of me with how the motivational quotes with that.
Yeah. But I mean, Nancy Mace, truly, have you ever seen a thirstier politician in your life for attention?
Oh my God. It's so violent.
You read that story about how one of her staffers said she tried to get punched in the face on January 6th by one of the people? So for attention.
Right. And now she's saying, I was assaulted by some pro-trans person. And there's like 3 or 4 witnesses that was like, you got a handshake. What are you doing?
Handshakes can be assault. Have you seen Monk?
Just the mere presence of a trans woman in the bathroom means she's.
Have you seen the show Monk? I mean, he is a germaphobe, and I mean, I've never seen him. He never pressed charges on any handshakes in that show, but he was clearly visibly emotionally distressed over handshakes. That could be seen as a very, very aggressive. Have you ever seen Donald Trump shake a hand? Every time he does that, I would allege those are near assaults.
To be sexually assaulted, which, I don't know, perhaps a handshake for her is like what an assault would be for somebody else, but I don't know, like, what do you think? I guess Nancy Mace is such a clown, but she is kind of representative of MAGA right now. Like, just headlines, substanceless, attention over everything else, and hoping that pays dividends for you in some way. And frankly, it's kind of working out for them, although I will say that Trumpism without Trump, I do think is going to be a failure given his kind of unique charisma and hold over the MAGA cult. But this is a bit of a rambling question. I guess, what's your sense of how MAGA is positioned right now?
I mean, and before Kyle gets into it, I mean, I personally feel like MAGA has taken over essentially the entire Republican Party, right? I feel like making the distinction these days between MAGA and Republicans, it's almost to some degree like non-useful, right? Because they seemingly, Republicans that being, seemingly embrace every aspect of MAGA-ness, aside from like a couple of outliers, and many of those outliers have been ousted within the Republican Party, right? People like Liz Cheney, people like who else lost races? I'm trying to think of who lost races for going against Donald Trump or got ousted. I know there's more than Liz Cheney. God damn, I might need to I think I need to Google this right now. My brain is not working.
Well, I mean, how would you distract from the fact that we now have the billionaires completely and utterly taking over our government? That Trump has appointed countless billionaires.
Hey, thank you for the super sticker, Charlie. Much appreciated. Beautiful citrus love in a YouTube chat. Who could ask for more?
This Wall Street executives.
Not me.
Doge is like this big thing now that even Democrats are like, I agree with them on this point and this point. And it's like, this is the distraction. The distraction is, I'm going to talk about trans people 24/7 and pretend like trans people are hurting you and screwing you and ruining your life. And just focus on this and don't look over here as we run out the back door with all the money. It's literally the oldest trick in the book. It's divide and conquer. And trans people are now a scapegoat in the same way that back in the day, it was gay people.
Yep.
You know, people forget there was a time not that long ago where the overwhelming majority of the country was against gay marriage, right? I believe it was in 2004, the Republicans ran on this idea of getting a constitutional amendment to define marriage as between man and a woman. And by the way, that was happening when? As the Iraq War was happening. So it's another divide and conquer. Hey, look over here, don't look over here. And the bottom line is, I'm now of the belief that you got to fight on both fronts. You got to fight. You got to put the focus where it should be, which is, hey, the billionaires are taking over the government, but also you have to defend these marginalized communities who are being scapegoated. They didn't do anything wrong. Who have trans people hurt? No, they're not hurting anybody.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with you on that front. And I guess we thought that you and I both thought Kamala Harris is going to win this election.
Yeah, I did.
I
remember
was
that.
pretty bullish on my electoral map. I know you were as well, but
yeah, you know, I felt like going into the election, I felt like I was maybe being too pessimistic because I kept hearing everybody else on the left being more optimistic than I was. I don't know if you remember this, but like, what was it, like 10 days before the election? Like, I dropped a video saying that Kamala was losing because I had done the electoral map, my own electoral map, and I wasn't seeing what everybody else was seeing. I think one of the only other leftists who I saw that was really, really concerned about that what was going to happen in the election was, I think it was Hassan. I can't think of another person who was like looking at the electoral map going, we got a problem going into November 5th. But God, that was so frustrating. It was so frustrating because like, there was a point where Kamala had genuinely taken the lead, and I feel like to some degree we let our guards down, maybe, or something like that. Because, you know, after the debate, she took a huge lead against Donald Trump, and I think we were all kind of cheering that for a while. But that lead faded, and why are we replaying that? Why am I replaying this right now? It is not important.
that was part of it. Was what you talk about here, which is that broadly on the issues we saw in 2022 how the Republicans ran on anti-trans stuff, and it didn't work out for them. But in 2024, with Donald Trump being at the top of the ticket and the force of his personality, the fact that he is a charismatic figure, and the fact that he's anti-establishment and hated by both Democrats and Republicans, I think really benefited him. And people are just taking the wrong lessons about, oh, it's time to throw trans people under the bus.
Yeah,
no.
seriously.
Yeah, Sted Herndon made this point to
I
us.
mean, people took that lesson immediately. Multiple people came out onto the media to tell us, Actually, we need to start thinking as Democrats about who we can throw under the bus, and I volunteer trans people first. You know, like the representative from Connecticut, or, you know, multiple Democratic like strategists coming out onto CNN and saying just insane things like that. Actually, we need to make the tent as small as possible. Anybody not in the tent, it's just, oh my God.
On our show. The part of the problem was that the Democrats didn't have a primary where they could have hashed these issues out and performed democracy for the public. It was really difficult for them to sell the notion that they were the protectors of democracy when a majority of Americans thought Biden was too old to run again. And he did so anyway. There wasn't really a period of time where the Democrats could have had a debate about these issues, which would have been the publicity that they needed so people even knew where they stood. And it was an example for folks to be like, okay, they're not responsive to what we're saying. Overall, we don't want this guy to run again. We don't think he can do the job. So I don't know, might as well be entertained as our government doesn't respond to us at all.
Yeah, and the thing about
what I would say is,
before you kind of gets into it, I was just going to go back to that point that she was making about the primary. We could have had a primary still, and we talked about it here after Joe Biden made it clear he was stepping down. A primary could have taken place. There was at least one example where something like that had happened in the past. James Zogby of the American Arab Institute came out, I think first on Democracy Now!, but went on to multiple places to talk about this in the wake of his announcement that he was not going to continue his run. And
I'm staying in the race.
And you know, nobody took that and ran with it, and certainly the DNC certainly didn't do that.
As our government doesn't respond to us at all.
Yeah, what I would say is Trump proved that you could be the most divisive person in the entire country and win. He was just divisive along the incorrect lines. He told people, all of your problems are real, they're legitimate, you're angry, but the problem is the immigrants. The problem, it's the trans people. And he hammered that away over and over and over, and that was his narrative. And people are angry, they're pissed off, and they don't really know where to point their anger, right? And the problem with the Democrats, it was they didn't have a counter narrative to take on that narrative. The counter narrative has to be, they're wrong. Immigrants are not the problem. Trans people are not the problem. The problem, it's Elon Musk. It's the robber barons. It's the billionaires. It's the corporations who've bought our government, rigged our government to represent them, and never represent you. And so the fact that the Democrats were more technocratic and they're more status quo managers who call for decent policies, but it's like little tweaks around the edges, that just left the lane wide open for a demagogue like Trump to win. And he's winning by talking about Arnold Palmer's cock.
He certainly did.
They're winning by saying immigrants are eating cats and they're eating dogs.
That thing is big. I don't know if you've ever heard, but oh my God, he might have been good at golf, but that penis, not just girthy too. I mean, oh my God. The eggplant emoji is basically based upon the penis of Arnold Palmer.
Like, for people to take away, oh, I think we should cave to the right on certain issues and maybe be more kind to the right on many issues. My takeaway is the exact opposite. You can be as unhinged, as arrogant, as divisive as you want to be, as long as you keep coming home to your narrative of the problem is the billionaires, the problems, it's the donor class. That's what we need to do.
I mean, the idea that you would be taking anything of substance out of this election in terms of like what Donald Trump ran on specifically is an entire misreading of the political moment. Because as you say, part of what gave me confidence, and maybe you as well, was the idea that his campaign was so undisciplined from a message perspective. And you had the through line of they're coming after me, they're trying to shoot me, and also immigrants are horrible, and Kamala Harris is a bitch that should get punched in the face. And those were the kinds of things where it's like, okay, I just don't necessarily see what I saw in 2016, where he at the very least was talking about how Bernie Sanders was right to call Hillary Clinton corrupt and co-opting that messaging, or the free trade, anti-free trade posture. He was at the very least speaking to that anger. And this time around, he was entirely incoherent, which is an even greater indictment on the Democratic Party branding. Not really.
Seriously, Donald Trump was even more unhinged in this election cycle than he was in his presidency, his first one, or in the election leading up to that one. He was saying insane crazy things, bringing insane crazy people around him to say even more insane crazy things. And Democrats couldn't come up with a better counter narrative. That is a massive indictment of the party. Like Emma is saying here, it is incredibly frustrating because I don't even know when this happened. I'm trying to like piece together when it happened. The Democrats, you know, just completely gave up.
Me, any specific candidate, but it's like, give people an enemy. They're angry, and the enemy is who you say. It's the wealthy. It's the elites who are, and we can talk about the Luigi Mangione shooting in a bit, but alleged. But that is like, that's that anger that they just completely didn't tap into, and it's clearly there. They should have.
Yeah, and none of them are coming to the correct lessons now, because you don't see this like massive uptick in anger and narrative driving. If anything, you see what we discussed before, which is like, oh, I don't know, maybe on immigrants we cave a little bit more, even though Kamala ran on a super strict border bill and said Trump is the one who tanked it. It's just, if anything, this...
Yeah, it's weird. It was like, hey, we actually tried to get a very right-wing border bill through, and Republicans blocked it, and we still want to do that. We still want to be that right-wing. And it's just such a strange tone for them to take. Last time I checked, we were supposed to be the party that embraced immigrants, that thought that was part of the fabric of our society and all this other stuff.
Shattered everything about the way I understand politics, in the sense that the main takeaway is, as long as you're angry and you have a narrative, you can get away with almost anything at all. And that's what Trump did. And it's kind of sad how easy it is to convince people, no, seriously, the source of your problem, it's the immigrants. Like, oh, your wages are low and you don't have good health care and this and that. Well, you know, maybe if we deport 20 million people, that'll be better off for you. I mean, that's functionally the argument of the right. And I'm now of the belief, don't give even an inch on that argument. Not an inch. You got to fight back on all fronts and make clear these are not the enemies.
Yeah,
You really did. All right, hold on. We can't watch this whole interview, but I wanted to catch at least a few spots in here where they talk about different things.
How to do that.
And Trump firing Lena Khan and basically replacing her with Andrew Ferguson, who, can we pull up this document that Punchbowl News obtained? We read this on the show the other day. I'm sure you've seen this, Kyle, where basically it shows how Andrew Ferguson, Trump's pick for the FTC, who previously worked as chief counsel to Mitch McConnell, by the way, says that, oh, yeah, we're going to go against the reverse Lena Khan's anti-business agenda.
The reverse Lena Khan agenda.
A lot of this
horrifying.
Is about wokeness and the radical left and DEI
Horrifying.
and all of that.
The reverse Lena Khan agenda. Lena Khan has been one of the very few instances of people in government where I can point to them and say, hey, this lady, you know, this person is doing a great job. Really, really good. I wish that they could just stay in government for a super long time and we could watch them help American people on a daily basis and help consumers. And, you know, it's fascinating to think of what the opposite of that is. Hey, we're going to have somebody in government who's going to be intentionally making things worse for American people, intentionally making it harder to be a consumer, harder to participate in the economy without being taken advantage of by big business, harder to just do your regular life shit. Like that's basically the vibes. I hate that.
But
I hate that
out,
vibe.
What do you know? J.D. Vance's lip service about loving Lena Khan was a lie, just like his lip service about loving the child tax credit, a vote that he never showed up for, was a lie. Like, they were grifting, and you know what? They're not being held accountable for it because in many ways, Trump doesn't have a full constituency outside of his cult. Like, he can almost do anything and get away with it. Yep. And that is an indictment on the opposition and their tactics.
Didn't J.D. Vance get like a 10% or a 0% on his AFL-CIO scorecard? Like they say, oh yeah, he's a populist, but then you do a little bit of research and you're like, hold on, he said he was for the extended child tax credit, and he literally didn't even show up to vote for it when he could have.
That is so fucked. Oh my god, JD. These people are so disingenuous. It is insane. It is insane. And this is why we at least have to try and hold them to the things that they said during the election cycle. Like, hold them to account on some of the good things that were technically said during all of that. Because they're not even going to do those things. Come on, they don't give a shit. All they care about is making sure that Peter Thiel can make more money, Elon Musk can make more money, and how that can enrich them. Where are we now? Wait, let's keep listening to this. What am I doing? Oh, I was going to say something about. I was going to respond to something in chat. That's what I remember. Well, who said it? Where was it back here? I lost it. Someone said something hilarious in chat. Now I can't remember where it was. Something about JD lip service.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Deeper in his record. Oh, turns out he's not for the PRO Act. Well, that's like the key dividing line of whether or not you're a populist, whether or not you're for the working class. And so Trump, same thing. You know, I keep bringing this up, but he outsourced 200,000 jobs when he was president after he ran as the anti-outsourcing guy. There's no substance to the idea that these people are populist or they're pro-worker or they're anti-establishment. And to your point, Lena Khan was like the main one here, where it was like, look, if he fires Lena Khan, okay, he was completely and utterly full of shit. And I don't know about you, but I haven't seen much of a MAGA backlash over Lena Khan being fired. I've seen absolute crickets. It's almost like they follow the cult leader wherever the cult leader wants to go, and they're not actually populist. They're not actually anti-establishment. They're not actually pro-worker.
What? That's why the idea that we can unite with the, quote, populist right, you would have to fight for the right things. That would require the populist right giving a crap about what about these kinds of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, as you say, I just don't necessarily think that constituency exists. They're just MAGA, and there's no backlash on the substance. It's just that they love when Trump triggers the libs. The only thing that I can think of where they had a splinter was on the vaccines. And even though Trump did Operation Warp Speed, they still don't hold him accountable for it. He's the anti-vax guy that created all
They hate the
mRNA
vaccines, but they don't blame
that are-
Trump for
I know.
doing it, even though he claims responsibility for it constantly. It's
Do all these
fascinating.
health problems, apparently, they say.
Yeah, look, it's very simple. They don't mean it. They don't believe it. All of it's posturing, all of it's virtue signaling. Because they've had countless instances where they could have stood up and said, sir, I disagree with this. And they haven't done it. And so, you know, in 2016, I could understand the argument, and perhaps I was more sympathetic to the argument of like, look, he did say some anti-outsourcing stuff. Maybe he means it. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe there are minor areas where you could work with them or whatever. But it's no longer 2016. We already have Trump's first whole time in office to see how he's going to act. The best predictor of future action is past action. And across the board, he was a total con artist. Like he was George W. Bush on steroids.
Illegal.
And so to think now that's going to be different. Based on what? Based on what? How would that be? He's snuggled up to Elon Musk at the hip as Elon Musk is waging war against the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the NLRB. Like, this is their agenda.
It's because people are tired of it. It's because it's branding. I really do think that. I think that in also like what Morning Joe did, going and kissing the ring.
Yep.
Like, they're like, one, they're worried about their access. But I think even more broadly, what has been disconcerting is the despondency that I'm seeing in reaction from a lot of people where it's just like, maybe we need to take our medicine and accept this. And it's like, no, this is the opposite. This is when we should all be resisting and coming together. And I'm not seeing as much of that as was the case when he first got elected. But that also wasn't a strategic resistance in many ways. Like, a lot of that was focused on...
I think part of the reason for why people are struggling on the coming together, on the resistance part of it, is because, you know, for a while, I think many have at least seen Democratic leadership as being at least something of a, not a catalyst, but like how do I phrase this? Like the vacuum created by the lack of leadership in the Democratic Party right now, I think is making it hard for people to rally around any one particular thing. And that's one of the reasons why I am so concerned about the future right now, because I don't know what it's going to take to get the Democratic Party to be that again. How long it's going to take for that? What tragedy or whatever to actually facilitate. I at this point, I thought that, at least honestly, I thought that the 2016 election was going to wake them up. 2024 seems to have done the opposite. And so I just don't know what it is going to be now. I'm very confused about it. And I know people have heard me talk about how we need a third party that's actually functional, that has the right branding and message. And I think yesterday I said we need BreadTube, we need Kyle and Emma to run on a ticket or something. I don't know. But they're busy with their podcasts, and it's just like I just don't know. I just don't know, people.
Putin and stuff that ended up being pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, so MSNBC's ratings have basically tanked 50%. And there's a lot of MSNBC refugees. And guess what? They are fleeing to spaces like ours. We now have the MSNBC refugees, because now I look at the situation and I go, you need to quadruple the resistance from the last time. The idea that now we're supposed to take this guy seriously because we won the election, guess what? Because he won the election, guess what? He was still talking about Arnold Palmer's cock the whole time. He's still going to outsource more jobs. He's still going to do more war. Like, let's not pretend like this is anything different than what we know it is now.
And you brought up the war piece.
It's really big. What do you want me to do? I got to talk about it.
That
it's historical.
He is weighing whether or not his administration should do airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, which is what Israel wants him to do. I'm reminded of Maureen Dowd's 2016 opinion piece in the New York Times called Donald the Dove, Hillary the Hawk. And to be fair, she got that second half correct. Definitely not the first part. If you could just talk, you've been on this for a while, the myth of Donald Trump as the anti-war candidate.
Well, first of all, he actually said this same thing on the campaign trail, and nobody talked about it. And it drove me crazy. He was having some interview, and he was like, yeah, I think Israel should attack Iran's nuclear sites.
He did. I know. We talked about this. It was insane. It's oh, my God. And people believe that he's the future for peace in the Middle East and things like that. And when I heard people talking about that during the election, I was like, that can't be good. How has that message somehow not been shut down already?
This should have been the biggest story in the country, and I saw hardly any conversation around it. So basically, this is Trump saying, yeah, the thing I said before, I believe it now also. Just the other part of it is, how do people think this is going to unfold? If Israel attacks Iran's nuclear facilities, then Iran, of course, is going to fight back. And then, of course, we're going to see this movement, hey, we need to back our ally Israel as they defend themselves against Iranian aggression. This is how it's going to be framed. And Trump, we know he took $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and there was a quid pro quo there, like you have to let us totally annex the West Bank. But the other part of that is, yeah, they want us to fight Israel's wars. That's what they want. And the thing that drives me crazy is anybody who actually cares and goes beyond just vibes, if you wanted to look into what is Trump's foreign policy, it's all out there right in front of us. When he was in office last time, he signed a pro-torture executive order.
Don't say it, Kyle. Don't bring receipts to this conversation.
He pardoned Blackwater war criminals who partook in that Nisour Square massacre when they gunned down innocent civilians.
Which
His very
Hegseth
first-
lobbied for, by the way.
Correct. Hegseth was the reason that they got that pardon, and Trump was like, sure.
Pete is pro-war crimes. On Fox News, he was the pro-war crimes the pundit, right? Like, literally, when they needed somebody to come on and tell us why, or us, by us, I mean the American people, why war crimes are actually good and why U.S. soldiers shouldn't be prosecuted, they got Pete in there. They're like, Pete, you're a former war criminal. What all you think about about this war crime? I think it's actually not a crime, and actually, that's America doing America stuff. So, next question, please.
Go right along with it. Trump's first military raid as president killed a young American girl. His very first foreign policy decision killed a young American girl. He hired John Bolton and Mike Pompeo and Gina Haspel, all these insane neocon warmongers. He dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. Now he's talking about war with Mexico. And the reporting is that right now they're discussing how far exactly should we go? How big should the war be? Do we just do drone strikes and some maybe targeted airstrikes, or should we put some boots on the ground and go in there that way? These are the conversations that they're having. So the notion that this guy, that in any world he would be anti-war, it's an absolute joke. It's a catastrophic joke. And, you know, from these same people, I find that they never call a spade in the other direction, too. Like, I remember when Biden actually pulled out of Afghanistan, nobody was defending him. I was like, hold on, there's like 70 of you just last week were saying this is one of the top issues is getting out of Afghanistan.
Look, Kyle, we wanted to be out of Afghanistan, but he didn't do it good enough, okay? Didn't do it the right way. We wanted out, but it has to be in a specific way, done by a specific person.
Then Biden does it, and all of a sudden it's like, well, we're not even going to mention. Remember Tulsi Gabbard? She put that as like central to her personality. Tulsi. And then Biden pulls out, and she didn't say a goddamn word about it. And it's like, they're all fraudulent. They're all hacks. I can't stand.
It's hilarious to me, and I need to release the clip again. I got to re-release it. But I mean, literally on his wife's show, or yeah. Yeah, I think it was actually Crystal who interviewed Tulsi on The Hill. And it's fascinating that everybody, including Tulsi and Donald Trump, have forgotten that Tulsi said that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy and that everything in our power needed to be done to stop him from being president back when she was running. And now literally is going to be in the Trump administration. It's fascinating.
And it's time for people to wake up and realize that exactly how he was last time, it's going to be like that this time, except probably worse, because now he has that added element of authoritarianism that he can get away with. There are no guardrails anymore where you have the Mark Millies or other people saying, sir, I'm sorry, you can't shoot protesters in the leg. We don't do that here. Sir, I'm sorry, you can't invoke the Insurrection Act. That's a bad idea. Now it's loyalist sycophants all around him and a Supreme Court that said, you have complete notoriety.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tulsi did get a cabinet position, right? She's going to be, what is it, secretary or ambassador? Shit, I got to look it up. But she definitely got something.
Unity for anything that's even remotely official.
Right, which is, by the way, and I'm reading a book right now called Homeland by Richard Peck, and it's about how how the war on terror and the Bush administration really led us to the moment that we're in, including the Trump administration, because that is really the, I think, apex of what the Bush administration was trying to do with the executive. What was the executive theory? Unitary executive theory, essentially, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If the
B6 is referring to MTG. I'm sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. Green New Deal, third, good job. Still nobody second for whatever reason. That's my bad. I don't think MTG has gotten a cabinet appointment yet. I'm sure she's just raring at the bit to go.
President does it, it means it's a legal action, and there shouldn't be guardrails. Like, isn't that the final form of what they were trying to do under Bush with Cheney?
Yes, that's exactly right. And this is, this is like part and parcel of the idea of Project 2025. The whole idea is we want unitary executive theory of power. We want Trump to be basically an emperor, and then we want all little loyalist sycophants around him. We want to absolutely destroy the parts of the government that are actually good, things like the Department of Education or the NLRB or the CFPB, and they want to handcuff the regulatory state so there is no regulatory state. Let big business get away with whatever the hell they want to get away with, and then let the robber barons loot the...
Yep, they're absolutely, that's what I've been saying, is that they're going to create, a special account for Elon where they can just drain the treasury directly to him rather than having to give it to his companies for different contracts and stuff. It'll just be easier to just funnel billions and billions and billions of dollars directly to him. It'll be more efficient, and that's the point of Doge, right? So, come on.
President Biden signing the new government funding bill here at home just minutes ago in Washington.
What in the fuck just happened? Why did you just randomly start playing a video?
It all started with a bipartisan deal to avoid a government shutdown, a plan that was tanked by President-elect Trump and billionaire Elon Musk, forcing lawmakers to go back to the drawing board, coming up with a plan that failed on Thursday, followed by another plan that passed the House last night and then the Senate early this morning.
Oh my God.
Our Jay O'Brien was along for the ride all week long.
We already listened to this. What is happening?
He joins us now from Washington with more on this. Jay, good to see you. Glad you're here. The objection from Trump centered on his push to raise the debt ceiling, which Congress...
Why is this happening? Please hold.
Be included in these.
Okay, I fixed it. At least I think I fixed it. It was very annoying to me. Okay, perfect. There we go. We got the list back open. We're going to go back to listening to this. I just wanted to move it forward a little bit, and then all hell broke loose.
When there's no concept of public health until you turn 65 and you get Medicare, what does your health become? It becomes individual choices. And we've now, with our corroded media environment and this online thing where it's difficult for people to determine, frankly, what's true and what's not, like, we have exacerbated that issue of when your individual healthcare choices are the totality of, like, your the way that we're talking about healthcare. It creates an opportunity for people who are going to rip people off with these kooky treatments.
Yeah.
And I think it's also when the health insurers and the healthcare system is so mistrusted, rightly so, and exploitative, an alternative that you can buy on the internet, or you hear a guy on Joe Rogan talking about it, that is more appealing.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about this recently, around this whole Luigi Mangione thing. And, I pointed out the exact same thing. You have a system in which people are, exploited for, for medical stuff, right? And, a system that is essentially disenfranchises people from their healthcare decisions, from their doctors, and from being able to make rational healthcare decisions. And so they start looking in other places, other less rational, other less reasonable places, anti-vaxxers and all these other sorts of holes, rabbit holes that you can find on the internet. They're readily available to people, and many of them have these sorts of ecosystems of quasi-medicinal products to push along with these ideologies.
To people because there's no concept of public health, which was also eroded in the pandemic.
That's right. That's right. I mean, these people have gone from being anti-big pharma to just anti-modern medicine. And the problem with big pharma, plain and simple, is capitalism. It's the profit motive. It's the price gouging. That's the problem. Guess what? The antibiotics work. The vaccines work. The medicine works, but they're charging you an arm and a leg for it. So the answer is to nationalize it. Get the profit motive out of it. By the same token, what you're talking about for the health insurance industry, same thing. The answer is to give us single-payer Medicare for all. Get the profit motive out of it. I mean, these people, it is a parasitic mafia middleman that exists for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
You got 18% administrative costs. Meanwhile, with Medicare, it's 2% administrative costs.
This is literally an industry that's just sucking money out of the system and is providing literally nothing. In fact, their touted business goals is to provide nothing for all of that money that they're getting. That's what all of these automatic denials are all about. It's just about sucking money from the system for nothing.
That's why there's been a million studies that are like, hey, Medicare for all saves us $450 billion a year and save...
Now, here's a sentence you'll never hear me say, probably ever again. But, here you go. Because this is going to be a crazy... I don't know, this isn't really an analogy. But it's more of just like a comparative analysis here. But I have endless criticisms for the oil companies. You hear about it from me on a very, very regular basis, how I want the fossil fuel industry to come to an end. At least they're technically providing something. I mean, technically, the oil industry is doing something. It's doing the thing that they say they're doing, right? They claim to provide oil to make fuel and plastics, and it in fact does those things. And it sure is destroying the planet and many other things as well along with it. Absolutely. But guess what? Even oil companies have more right to exist than healthcare companies, than these healthcare insurance companies, because they are genuinely just doing, the only thing they're doing is taking money. They aren't providing medical care. They're not opening you up when you need a new heart. They're not making actual medical analyses on your current state of health. They're not making sure that you are going to survive from one day to the next. The only thing that they're there to do is to stop you from doing those things and take money from you while they're doing it, which makes them, I think, maybe the most exploitative industry on the entire planet. I'm trying to think, is there a more exploitative industry than that? I'm trying to think. That doesn't actually provide anything that they're supposed to. Crypto? I don't know. I'm I'm at a loss. I know, actually, I think crypto is probably better. People have actually used it for things and technically made money from it. So even crypto has a more of a past than healthcare for sure. My God. The more I think about it, it's really it's not good.
68,000 lives every single year, because then we wouldn't have anybody who doesn't have access to basic health care under a Medicare for all system. So people are really missing the forest for the trees here. To act like, even the beating up on Big Pharma. It's like, yeah, we all agree Big Pharma is bad, but the answer is to nationalize it. That's the answer. The answer has nothing to do with pull 78,000 drugs off the market and lie about them relentlessly. Like, this is the problem. They're not just anti-Big Pharma. They're anti-modern medicine. And it is quite interesting, isn't it, that a lot of these people who go down that rabbit hole, they never end up talking about Medicare for all. They never end up talking about nationalizing big pharma. So like you're missing the obvious solutions. These things are not difficult to determine. They do a study like every other year with the Commonwealth Fund, look at all these developed countries and what their health insurance system is like and healthcare system. And every year we rank like at the dead bottom. We're 11th out of 11. We spend more than anybody else. We cover fewer people. We have worse health outcomes. People die much younger. Like this stuff is not rocket science, but there's this massive propaganda effort, and this gets to the mainstream media, massive propaganda effort to make you believe, oh, that's just a bunch of noise, and we actually have the best healthcare system in the world, which is something people a lot of people casually believe. But I would recommend to everybody.
I mean, genuinely, I feel like society has accepted that, especially in America, specifically, because in many places we don't have they don't have the same sort of privatized healthcare system that we do, and you know, somehow Americans have just accepted this one, taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker on it, without actually assessing whether or not the industry is actually doing anything it purports to do anymore. And in fact, I don't think it even purports to do anything anymore, right? Like it's just a necessary system. That's how it's touted to us. It's like it's a vital part of the American economy and all this other stuff. But aside from, you know, from those arguments that are being made that have no real basis in reality, like there is no actual argument for its existence because it's not actually doing anything. At one time, when it was first created, it was supposedly meant to stop doctors who were taking advantage of public funds or something like that, but there was never actually any real evidentiary proof that this system would actually stop that, and that, you know, just investigating doctors that raised concerns wasn't a more efficient system. And people have just kind of just going through life up to this point, just accepting this part of this system that we live through as being a necessary reality. But it's really only propping up a very tiny portion of our population. It's really helping no one. What's the use case for crypto? Don't get me started on the use case for crypto. I mean, I'm not purporting that the use case itself that's provided by crypto enthusiasts as being genuine. I'm just saying people have touted it as being a way to make money, and some people have in fact made money, right? Not everybody. Some people though. But you know, when you look at that versus healthcare and whether it's done what it purports to do, I think it's done a much worse job. Somehow. All right, let's quickly talk about what's been going on in Canada with the Liberal Party, our northern neighbors. Having some struggles here, and one in particular, that being a Justin Trudeau, who has been not only getting calls from conservatives to step down, he has been also getting calls from other liberals to step down for different reasons. Let's go here. This is from CP24 from 5 days ago. Jagmeet Singh, a Liberal MP of, I think it's Manitoba. Could be wrong on that one. Oh, God damn it. Why won't it let me click past this? Come on. Holy shit. There we go.
We'll take you to Ottawa now, where leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh,
Oh,
is
right.
taking questions. Let's listen in.
Sorry, he's not a Liberal MP. He's the leader of the NDP. Sorry. That's my bad. Take two.
We'll take you to Ottawa now, where leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, is taking questions. Let's listen in live.
Votes in front of us, but we will take each vote. And right now, literally, everything's on the table.
Go ahead. Saying, Mr. Singh, that all options are on the table. So why are you holding out the option to still support this government? I understand that you're saying that you might, trigger a confidence vote, but why are you still holding out the option? What is the glimmer of hope that you're seeing to possibly support the Feds or possibly support this government in some other way?
Depends on the votes. And so I want to make it very clear. Justin Trudeau has to go. He has to resign. And because of that, all options are on the table. And we'll look at each vote and we'll make a decision. But now all options are on the table. Paul Wells. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Sir, that
Go ahead,
room
Paul.
behind you is a parliament. The government continues to govern as long as MPs continue to have confidence in the government. You have no say over who the leader of the Liberal Party is. Will you support the government, or are you withdrawing your support from the government?
With respect to that, I said that all options are on the table. That means everything is possible. But what is clear, given what we have seen, Justin Trudeau and a Liberal government that are focused on themselves, they are infighting at a time when people cannot even do their groceries. They can't even find homes that are affordable. And we've got the threat of Donald Trump and 25% tariffs that mean hundreds of thousands of jobs are at risk. Because of that, I'm saying very clearly that Justin Trudeau has to resign. All options on the table. Thank you very much. Merci. Thank you.
All right, we are following breaking news here on CP24. The Prime Minister has lost his deputy PM, his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, of course, announcing that she is resigning. This comes as the federal government is set to table its fall economic statement. And we just heard from Jagmeet Singh, leader of the NDP. He's a key player in all of this. And he says...
Okay. Third emotional support character is ready. There we go. We have Worf whispering into the ear of Scott Bakula. I wonder what he's saying. All right, let's go here now to CTV. Canada TV 4 days ago.
Behind closed doors, the Prime Minister tried to calm the chaos triggered by his finance minister's bombshell resignation. Justin Trudeau says he'll consider his next move over the holidays, not soon enough for some.
The Prime Minister is living in a false reality. He's delusional if he thinks we can continue like this.
About 50 Liberal MPs are now calling for Trudeau to step down. That's 1/3 of the caucus. Making matters worse, the Liberals were decimated in a by-election last night.
He's at minus 38. We lost the BC by-election by 50 points yesterday. We lost St. Paul's. We lost LaSalle. And I think all of these are clear indicators that the Liberal Party will do far better in another election with a different leader. Canadians want a change.
Chrystia Freeland showed up at the urgent meeting and was applauded. She hugged the Prime Minister before she left. It was an olive branch that was sharply different than her resignation letter. She criticized Trudeau for spending on political gimmicks and not putting money in reserve to fight Donald Trump's threat of 25% tariffs. Freeland negotiated the last free trade deal with the U.S. under the previous Trump administration. On social media, the president-elect celebrated her exit, called Freeland's behavior toxic, and said that she will not be missed. The opposition
Damn. That's a little harsh. Okay. Not off brand for Trump, though.
Called Freeland's behavior toxic and said that she will not be missed. The opposition says all this shows that the Prime Minister needs to prove he has a mandate to lead the country.
The only way for him to get that is to call for an election as soon as possible, because it would be absolutely irresponsible from him to maintain Canada in such an unstable situation.
The NDP has called for Trudeau to resign, but not for an election. The Conservatives are trying to taunt Jagmeet Singh into pulling his support.
Put his votes where his words are to trigger an election, to join with me in signaling non-confidence to bring down this government.
This is the last day of a...
Now, from my estimation, I think that Jagmeet Singh is making a political decision not to do that and to attempt to convince Justin Trudeau otherwise, without taking sort of, you know, governmental, legislative, or action, whatever you want to call it, like to actually trigger an election, because that could in fact wind up badly. Considering the right just won this most recent election they were talking about in BC, it does create something of a friction point there, I guess you might call it, I think, in terms of just, you know, leaning into the Conservatives taunting. I think that would probably wind up badly for Canada. So I think it's probably much smarter to try and do this in a more diplomatic way and get different leadership in there through other means, perhaps. Oh, wait, we're not done with Canada. This was Justin Trudeau addressing people a few days ago.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you all for being here tonight. It has been an eventful couple of days. It hasn't been easy, and that's why I'm so happy to see you guys. You know, it's hard not to feel happy when we're like this, among liberals, among family, because that's what we really are, a big family. Now,
there we go. Justin Trudeau trying to talk up everything, you know, and how good things are, and that actually everything is fine. And he's definitely not resigning. Here's global news from 3 hours ago. Will Trudeau stay on as Canada's leader? Let's find out.
She's a centrist. She has great economic credentials. She's declared her independence from the Prime Minister, and she'd be ready on day one to take over.
Jean Chrétien's right-hand man, Eddie Goldenberg, is not waiting for Justin Trudeau. He is pushing his party to pick now backbench MP Chrystia Freeland for leader. Goldenberg says she'd be the perfect foil for Donald Trump precisely because Trump does not like to be confronted by strong women.
We know we're dealing with a bully, and when you deal with bullies, you don't...
The picture is hilarious. I don't understand. Why is Donald Trump looking at Justin Trudeau signing it so hard? Like,
by strong women.
Oh, why you hold the pen like that? That's weird. I've never seen anybody sign like that before.
We know we're dealing with a bully. And when you deal with bullies, you don't appease bullies, you push back. She's pushed back against him, and that's why he doesn't like her.
Liberal MP Sean Casey and Chandra Arya also went on record this week pushing for Freeland. Goldenberg says the party has no time for a normal leadership race. He says the caucus should just choose the next leader.
The country cannot afford a vacuum with a leader who doesn't have credibility over the next 3 or 4 months.
Liberal Party President Sachit Mehra refused an interview request on the topic, but legal experts have told Global News that, well, Goldenberg's idea to skip a leadership race is a long shot. That said, some Liberal MPs say the process to pick that new leader should be a quick one.
The sooner the better as far as I'm concerned. I think it's important to provide that clarity, but I think it's also important the sooner he's able to make that decision, the sooner we can move into this process that you're asking about of electing a new leader.
The party will have its processes, but I think also we have the concept of electoral emergency in many of the things we...
Okay. Well, it still hangs in the balance whether or not Justin Trudeau will step down. But we'll try and keep you informed here as much as I can. All right, how are we doing on time? Look at that, hour and 59 minutes. Sticking to my schedule pretty good. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways for you to do that. Super chat, super stickers on YouTube, and new things on on the vertical stream called gifts. Twitch, of course. Regular Twitch stuff there. We have Cash App, PayPal if you just want to give us money and not get any benefits for it. But if you want some space benefits, best way to get those space benefits is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. For just a few US dollars, you, too, can help produce the Galactic News Network. So many sweet benefits, too. Get yourself an avatar here on the break screens, shoutouts, content, and much, much more. Alright, chat. Enjoy this poolside break, and I'll be right back.
Oops.
Okay, I am back. Some people are noticing all of the holiday decorations going up. By the way, if you look real close, Krampus, the German assistant of Santa, is hanging out at the Galactic Lake House. Okay. Time to get back to those seats, Space Fams. The second half is about to start. Okay. Let's get talking about some environmentally stuff here on this here Spacecast. And to get us sort of segued into that, I figured this was a decent story to talk about, as technically this company is often touted as being an important part of the transition to renewables. Let's go here to CNN to talk about Tesla. This is from yesterday.
Tonight, Elon Musk, on the heels of helping cause chaos in Congress that almost led to a government shutdown, he is now riling some German lawmakers by endorsing Germany's far-right political party in the upcoming election, posting on X, "Only the AfD can save Germany." The German government has deemed AfD an extremist group. One of its regional leaders has been convicted of using Nazi rhetoric in Germany. The party takes a hard line on immigration. They are anti-immigration. It comes as the U.S. federal government just narrowly avoided a shutdown. It was Musk who began the panic and helped blow up a bipartisan agreement that was about to pass. And while he's running the government, he's being criticized for neglecting his day job as Tesla's CEO. One of those critics is my next guest, Ross Gerber, president and CEO of Gerber Kawasaki and a longtime major Tesla investor. Ross, thank you so much for joining us. First, I want to get your reaction to that.
Oh no, not the investors. The one group of people Elon Musk respects.
Endorsement that I just mentioned, Musk voicing support for Germany's AfD party, which has ties to neo-Nazi rhetoric. The AfD party, of course, tweeting out it's thrilled by this endorsement. What do you make of this?
You know, my dad was in Germany in 1961 when the Berlin Wall went up, and you know, my family fought in World War II, and I'm of Jewish descent, and I find it to be disgusting, to be honest. There's really no reason for it, and I don't understand how this needs to be part of his rhetoric when his job, in my perspective, is being CEO of Tesla.
You know, we mentioned that you are a major long-time
Tesla
investor. You hold more than $100 million in Tesla stock.
Good God.
You drive a Cybertruck. But you're here raising the alarm that Musk isn't really running his company. Based on what you know as an insider, how much focus is he putting on running the country instead?
Well, it's his main focus right now. I mean, most people have said he hasn't left Mar-a-Lago since the election. So we know what he's focused on and where he's putting his energy. And unfortunately, it's not Tesla. It's just a really critical time in the company. You know, he hires very competent people and gives them a lot of responsibility, which is his style. But this is just a time where Tesla really can't make a mistake. Have critical things they need to solve, like full self-driving, vehicle launches, and stuff going into next year.
So many things.
You know, if don't succeed at this, this
Yeah.
is going to be
It's gonna be
potentially a
bad.
really difficult time. So
It'd be bad for people like you who have hundreds of millions of dollars in Tesla stock.
So I would really love the CEO with a $100 billion pay package to be focused on the company he's supposed to be running.
Yeah. Wait, wasn't that a pay package that you voted for? You're massive shareholder of Tesla. Didn't Tesla shareholders overwhelmingly vote to pay this man billions and billions of dollars to run this company? It's hilarious. It's hilarious to see the tech bro investor types getting upset with Elon Musk being too focused on politics and saying insane neo-Nazi things. It really is a fascinating dichotomy. It's weird. It's a weird vibe is what it is. Oh boy. Okay, now let's talk about a different problem, technologically speaking, that has been going on for quite some time. Not getting a whole lot of focus because it's not, well, it only affects the environment and people around them, and, not any bit. It's really better to not talk about it for business interests, which is why I think it hasn't been talked about for so long, even though there has been, some of these have been sitting around for decades. Let's go here to ABC News from 7 hours ago to talk about zombie wells. That's right, zombies. Zombie.
From a distance, the shallow waters just outside Houston can appear almost pristine, but hidden in plain sight lies a threat very few are even aware of.
We are headed out into Trinity Bay, and that is where they believe there is the largest concentration of these abandoned offshore wells. And the concern is that they're leaking.
More than 100 abandoned oil and gas wells have been left to rot in this bay for decades. They're considered abandoned because they haven't produced in years.
We are utterly surrounded in every direction by abandoned oil and gas.
It was rejected, wasn't it? Are you talking about the pay package? No, not by investors. I think a judge tried to rule against it. I'm not sure I think he's still getting paid that $56 billion pay package or whatever it is. At least from my recollection. I could be wrong on this, but we talked about it a lot. So I feel like I know. Although I think there may be some tie-up in, was it Delaware? I think it's Delaware court. But the investors themselves definitely voted for that pay package.
Wells. I mean, it looks like a graveyard out here. There's actually a cactus growing from that platform right now. You can see it, clear as day.
Like most abandoned wells, these decaying rigs are rarely checked for leaks, which is why we've come to see if we can detect any ourselves. As we approach one well, we cut the engine and hear an ominous sound.
This is
that seems bad.
I can hear it.
We've brought along a handheld gas detector that experts explain will alert us if combustible gas is leaking.
There, it's going, it's going, it's going. The second I put it over here. So this well is actively leaking combustible gas, so much so that you can hear it. Typically, these aging wells, when they leak gas, it is methane. So that is a dangerous greenhouse gas. And so not only is it a threat to its immediate environment, but it is a threat to the environment globally.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nearby, we find another abandoned well where there's bubbling just below the surface.
You can see this thing just bubbling everywhere. Oh, it's high. And I mean, you can just see how much it's bubbling.
Jesus Christ.
This is a dark side of the fossil fuel industry. A hidden, mostly invisible threat lurking just beneath the surface.
You worked in oil and gas for decades and only heard about zombie wells on TikTok. That is fascinating. But I mean, it's better just for oil companies not to talk about this, right? It is just better. It's just better. Like if they don't talk about it, they don't recognize it, and if no one knows about it, then they don't have to pay for cleaning it up, which is very costly.
Than 25 states.
Especially when you consider how many of these things are just around, And some of them are in lakes like this one. Some of them are just, in the desert or in your backyard. Because some people were paid to have wells put into on their properties, with the shale oil boom.
This is just one small bay in a large coast. Stuff's all over the place.
There are more than 3.5 million abandoned oil and gas wells across the U.S. that we know of.
We've found that around 14 million Americans live within a mile of an abandoned well.
Those that leak are known in Texas as zombie wells.
A zombie is something that's been killed or dead and comes back to life. That's what I call a zombie well. They're coming back to life.
Leaking abandoned wells can contaminate groundwater and spew carcinogenic chemicals and harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere.
These wells are a threat to people and livelihoods, and especially kids and older people and people with health problems. The scariest thing that can happen is that there have been too many home explosions related to orphaned and abandoned wells.
Yet despite the risks, experts we spoke with say not enough are inspected for leaks.
Yeah, because the gas industry has just been allowed to leave these things just unimpeded, without any mandated testing, from my understanding. This stuff is just sort of being allowed to go on right now. It's just ridiculous.
Which is why ABC News, along with 6 owned and affiliated stations, set out on the largest journalistic investigation of its kind. Fanning...
If I'm not mistaken, these things are on a self-regulated, self-investigated, sort of don't ask, don't tell type of policy. Essentially, it's hey, if you don't tell us that the oil rig is leaking, then it's not. It's like Schrodinger's cat, Schrodinger's leak.
Across the nation with gas detectors.
As long as we don't look in the box, it could be leaking, it could not be leaking. There's no way to say.
That's your H2S monitor going off.
I'm going to back away for a minute. We just want to make sure we're safe.
We need to go find them because they're a problem not just for the people who live nearby, but for everyone on the planet.
In all, our team tested 76 wells across 5 states and found 40, more than half, were leaking oil or combustible gas at the time.
All right, okay. Let's test it. I'm being almost immediately. And straight up to the high end. It's topped out already at 10,100.
That leak could just go on for years and years and years.
We discovered leaking wells along streams in New York.
Okay, we have another leak.
And
this is horrifying.
In California.
This is
from one coast to the next. And the fracking industry has only gotten bigger over the last number of decades. And fracking technology got to the point it got to, and they got all excited about it and managed to get into, one state after another. And now there's just wells all over America. It's not just it's not just the fracking, but it's certainly a huge portion of the drilling that's been happening. Ah, God damn it.
It's full of oil.
But nowhere has more abandoned wells than Texas.
If we don't destroy the world with global warming, we're going to poison ourselves, it seems like.
More than 600,000 of them pepper the state, and they're particularly common in the Permian Basin, where Laura Briggs built her family's dream home.
It takes a lot of work to get your finances and your life and your family together enough to purchase land all on your own. I felt lucky to have it.
Sure, big money.
It was a lifestyle choice to raise your kids rurally in the hopes that they would appreciate.
Oh, God damn it. But seriously, though, on the poisoning ourselves, I got distracted thinking about that. But the fact is, we're dealing with global warming, and at the same time, we have this all these industries that are poisoning us, whether it be the oil industry or the forever chemical industry or microplastics, which I mean technically part of the oil industry, but a different part of it, derivation of it really, you know, and everything else is just so many things to deal with, and yet it feels like we're heading in the wrong direction. The ending of the Chevron doctrine by the Supreme Court, the stated plans in Project 2025 and among the people in Donald Trump's current administration plans and stuff, it's out of control. We're looking at a much steeper hill upward climb than we had just months ago.
And all on your own. I felt lucky to have it. It was a lifestyle choice to raise your kids rurally in the hopes that they would appreciate nature and where their food comes from and hard work and the other side of life. It's not so easy.
Laura knew there were more than 30 abandoned wells on the land when she bought it, but what the mother of four didn't expect was that some of the wells had begun to leak, and no one was taking responsibility to clean them up.
All right.
Oh, you own those wells now. Come on. Come on. You buy well, you own it. Certainly the ones that they're not pumping from, they don't. The oil companies don't want to come and fix those things. Come on. That's big money.
To show us some of those abandoned wells right on her ranch.
And this one's actively leaking. It's been leaking for years.
Yay.
Oh, wow, you can see, yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. It's pretty clear.
All over. You can see it bubbling there.
It's literally coming up from the ground.
This? Probably 2015.
So for some 10 years it's been seeping out.
And it's gotten worse.
The well's latest operator declared bankruptcy years ago, making it what's called an orphan well. It's now left up to the state and ultimately taxpayers to plug them. Laura says she's been complaining about this one to Texas authorities for years, but nothing has been done.
So I've got a letter response from them in May that just says it'll be plugged according to priority.
Where is this on the priority list?
Probably not very high. They have got so
That's one cool thing you can do, though, as an oil company, is that you can create a bunch of shell companies to actually drill the oil for you and make the wells and own the wells. And then later, when those wells stop being profitable, you can just shut down the shell companies and remove all liability. It's a great system. It's a great system we have.
Many out-of-control wells that they have to get to first.
So they're going to wait till it's catastrophic.
Right. Yes.
Texas has more than 8,000 documented orphaned wells, and oil isn't the only potentially harmful substance found leaking from them. Some also emit dangerous gases, like methane, a highly combustible and potent greenhouse gas, and hydrogen sulfide, or H2S, an extremely deadly gas that these special analyzers detect.
How dangerous is the H2S gas?
If this goes off, from what I've been instructed by safety people who sell these things, you run against the wind. It's serious enough that everyone carries one of these.
So it's not just a part of...
Oh, yes, the simple life, the rural life. I have to wear a monitor on my belt at all times for fear of leaking hydrogen sulfide gas. Life. So good. So good and so great. Oh, God. We're going to be talking more about the oil industry as we go on throughout this second half today. I figured it would be good to start off with that. We will be going to other places. Before we do any of that, let's go on, talk about a couple of other things. Let's go here to Utah. We're in Snow Canyon State Park. Some people have affected the environment negatively for a very stupid reason.
In southern Utah, the rocks of Snow Canyon State Park turned from red to blue this week. Look at that. It's because somebody set off a powder cannon staining them. Park rangers say the device used is very similar to what people use on social media for baby gender reveals. They remind visitors
Come
those
on,
items,
people.
along with other ones like flower petals and confetti, are not allowed at state and national.
Your baby is not that important. Okay, I know many people have very big, sort of, dreams for their children. Have sort of projecting their own narcissism onto their future child, and all these other sorts of things that they do. And hey, we all got our hills to climb. But my point is that don't let that affect the environment negatively. And sure, this isn't a wildfire this time, but there have in fact been other sorts of unnecessary environmental catastrophes that have been caused by gender reveals that we don't need. We don't need it. You don't need to do fireworks in a certain color in the middle of a forest to tell everybody on Instagram that you're having a boy. Okay? All right, just Photoshop something. Not that hard. Okay, I'm sorry. It just bugs me. Okay, it's a trend that needs to die. Only you, exactly. Thank you, Charlie. Only you can prevent gender reveals. My God, where is Smokey the Bear? All right, let's go here. NBC News from 5 hours ago. Let's talk about winter. It's here.
Winter is coming.
It's not just coming. It's here. It's official. And we're in the thick of it right now. And that winter weather, well, it's coming in. Coast to coast.
Winter barreling into the Great Lakes and Northeast this weekend, as more than 100 million are expected to hit the road for their holiday getaways. Snow blasting Massachusetts, nearly 10 inches in some parts. Outside Boston, trucks no match for slick roads. A major highway there shut down for a short time after this tractor-trailer crash. Storms hitting the Midwest also. Take a look at this spin out caught on traffic cams in Minnesota. Trucks swerving to avoid a stuck pickup.
Oh,
and then the driver
my.
and passenger escape, running for their lives so they don't get hit.
Yeah, no shit.
And there are holiday headaches at some of the nation's busiest airports. Already today, over 6,000 delays and over 200 cancellations. Chicago O'Hare packed before sunup.
For 5:30 in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, it's just really busy.
These folks from Germany just trying to get to Kansas ahead of Christmas.
What has the journey been like so far?
A lot of delays.
Travel troubles coast to coast. The fog over San Diego so thick Friday night you could barely see out the airplane window. Still so bad this morning, more than 100 flights canceled. Back at O'Hare.
That's right, people. Expect difficult traveling this holiday season, as the winter weather is finally upon us. Let's see how people in New Jersey are handling that winter weather.
Many of us woke up to snow on the ground this morning, especially look at this, as Vanessa just said. Morris County, New Jersey, families there spent the day sledding and trying their best to stay warm while out doing some last-minute holiday shopping. Christy Kalishian was in Madison to capture the magic of this first day of winter.
It's fluffy enough to pack.
I love that.
And of course, throw.
It was like a magical Christmas morning.
I'm sorry. We gotta go back.
The magic of this first day of winter.
Yes, this kid. That is amazing. I want that onesie. I will trade you. I know it won't fit me, but I want. I want to. I want it to fit me. Oh, I need that. I need that dinosaur onesie for myself.
Fluffy enough to pack. And of course, throw.
It was like a magical Christmas morning. The kids were really excited to see the snow.
It's not just a snowy Saturday before Christmas, but it also happened to be the first day of winter spent in no better place than the nearest big hill. How many inches of snow do you think this is?
What?
So there's an expert parts of Morris County where they saw about 5 inches of snow from Friday night into Saturday morning. Even though the sledders flattened it enough to see the grass, it still met sledding
it's all about look. You just need
like
enough. You just need enough snow, okay, to reduce the friction. Especially when you're light as a feather, no problem there.
Because the slush makes it like more fast, so you get like more. You get to go like a little more fast.
Yeah, totally.
Crafty with
I feel
this
that.
now. They're doing what's called sled boarding, which I guess is pretty self-explanatory. We stand up and, well, we'll see how it goes.
She immediately goes down. Come on.
He still wins. He wins.
She gave up. She gave up. She sat down. She was scared of making a fool of herself on national television. Well, you know what? You should have done it for us. In that moment, you're a reporter breaking important news. You take one for the team, goddammit.
Hearts warmed up on Main Street in Madison, where carolers serenaded shoppers outside of tons of toys, which was also winter ready. It was a nice break from the cold for last-minute shoppers, making a final sprint, as Sean Allen visiting from New York calls it.
So far, we got
The final sprint. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. I totally forgot to do that. Better get on that right now. Sprint. All right, now snow is not just hitting New Jersey and Massachusetts. It's hitting New York. It's hitting a number of different states. Let's go to Central Park. See how things are in Manhattan.
It is officially the first day of winter, and as John said, it's a first alert weather day as snow blankets parts of the tri-state area.
And as John Elliott mentioned, John Diaz is joining us live from Central Park this morning. He's got a look at the snowfall conditions there. Was unable to find his gloves with coverings for his fingers, but he's out there and spoke to some people who are some seeing snow for the first time, not just of the season, but of their lives.
Yeah, not us though, right? We're New Yorkers. We see this stuff all the time. Well, not lately, right? Snow.
Not that snowy. It hasn't been that snowy.
We don't really get much of this, but people out here, tourists, they were so happy to see just this beautiful scenery. And let me tell you guys, I know you're looking at it live, but being here in person really is just magnificent to take a look. You have these people walking over here in Central Park. Just such a beautiful morning, and just how wonderful it is that this is happening on the first official day of the winter season. Now, while it has been cold the last few days, today, well, it is the first day, and it actually started at 4:21 this morning to be precise.
All right,
and Mother
all
Nature
right.
celebrating it with this first measurable snow this year in Central Park. Now, with it being the 2024 winter solstice today, it means this will be actually the shortest day of the year and the longest evening for the Northern Hemisphere. But this also means that starting tomorrow, days will be getting a little bit longer every single day until we hit late June. Now, New Yorkers and tourists,
That's very exciting. Very exciting. We will be talking more about the winter solstice. Right now, here's CBC News. What the winter solstice means in the Cree tradition.
The solstice is, of course, the shortest day and the longest night. We refer to that PSM. We look at PSM, the sun, and we realize that the sun gets to its lowest level at that time. And it's a time for rest for a lot of the animals and for the plants, and it's a time for the people to replenish their spirit. It's time for them to dream. When those stars are up in the sky, we know the winter has arrived. And if you look up that group of stars, you can see Wisage-Chak up in the sky, and he's pointing to a group of stars called the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters. And this group of stars is known by our people as Pagwangizik, the hole in the sky. When they talk about the hole in the sky, it refers to our origins, where we come from, and we go back to that hole in the sky.
just figured that was a good video for us to watch here on this here winter solstice day, eve, whatever you want to call it. Oh no, you had to get vitamin D supplements because of old Blighty. I'm sorry. It is that time of year. Better to have them than not to have them and need them. Alright, let's talk about a creature that loves winter. Let's go. Let's stay in Canada. Right? Is this Canada? I can't remember if this is in Canada or Greenland. Whatever. Either way, let's go here. BBC News from 3 days ago. Polar bears face threat from climate change. That's the sound a polar bear makes.
Next, for hundreds of years, residents in one town of northern Canada have lived alongside polar bears. But scientists are warning that climate change could spell danger. As the temperature rises and melts ice, polar bears need to hunt seals. They're being forced to spend more time on land, bringing them closer to people. Our science correspondent Victoria Gill has been in Churchill along with a team of polar bear researchers.
There's a polar bear under our tundra buggy right now. He's very curious about us. Oh my word.
At the height of polar bear season in Churchill, Manitoba, conservation scientists are out on the tundra, monitoring one of the most southerly polar bear populations in the world.
So the polar bears are starting to gather in this area because there's going to be sea ice here first, and for polar bears, sea ice means food.
The bears are waiting for the bay to freeze so they
That is a humongous bear.
Seals. But as the climate warms up here, the bears are having to wait for longer.
We had about 1,200 polar bears here in the 1980s, and now we have closer to about 618. So we've lost almost about 50% of these polar bears in the last several decades. And we've tied that to these bears are on land about a month longer than their grandparents were.
In the long term, this threatens the survival of this polar bear population. But in the short term, it means the bears here are getting hungrier.
The longer they're on shore, the longer they're fasting, and the longer they might need to start looking for alternative sources of energy and food, and sometimes those sources are us.
That poses a particular challenge for Churchill and the team of rangers who run its Polar Bear Alerts program.
I came down this trail and I caught him up on this deck. It was testing the door.
What did you do?
So at that point, you haze them, right? You use your vehicle, horns, cracker shells, and you chase them in a desirable direction, which in this case would be away from town.
This is a place that takes pride in setting an example for how humans can coexist with these big predators.
And that's very important. It's very important that we, as humans, find ways to coexist with the polar bears, with the other large and small animals in our beautiful ecosystem. Something we don't do enough, honestly. Alright. Let's keep talking about wildlife, but let's go to the UK and talk about some British wildlife. The King's beavers.
This thriving beaver wetland was created upon a tiny quiet stream in just a matter of months, and is doing incredible things for not only the local wildlife, but the people who live here too. We're in Devon, the beaver capital of England, where they've been coming back now for over 15 years. But we're going to be looking at one very special location along the Budley Brook, which has been completely transformed by a family of beavers. In the summer, I first came here to meet Ed, a local wildlife ranger who shared exactly what he and the beavers had been getting up to, and I've since decided to come back in the winter, as it's always easier to see the full extent of the beavers' work. This story is just so awesome, as it's a perfect example of how we can successfully live alongside beavers, of how they can bring a little bit of chaos to rejuvenate a tired and regimented landscape. So flowing behind me over here, this is the Budleigh Brook, and it's a pretty good example of most rivers and little streams in the UK because they're singular, they're narrow, and they're aligned by agricultural land. And it's not much, but it is aligned by some vegetation, some sort of low-lying stuff. But back here throughout the wetland, there are some larger trees too. This kind of habitat is exactly where we want to see beavers back in our landscapes, and it's exactly where they can have the biggest and fastest impacts. I'm actually sitting on one of their dams. They built a series of dams along here. There's a really long one going all the way along there. And what this is doing is it is
You almost don't notice it.
a lot.
It looks, I mean, it kind of almost looks natural, but yeah, this whole thing along this coastline is technically part of the beaver dam. It just sort of blends in a way.
All the way along there. And what this is doing is it is holding back a lot of water. So let's just rewind it back a minute and talk about why beavers even bother building dams. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen a beaver move on land, but it's not nearly as graceful as they move through the water. Beavers feel like they're safest when they're in the water because, you know, they evolved with predators like wolves and bears. They use it as a place to not only access food, but also retreat and raise their young. So how do beavers build their dams? Well, beavers are actually incredibly resourceful. I've actually seen the beginning of a beaver dam, and what they do is they pile up stones, big rocks sometimes, to form the foundation. I would actually love to see a beaver carrying a stone into place. I think that would be hilarious. But then what they do is they then pile on all kinds of different shapes and sizes of sticks, grasses, and mud. Beavers have got incredibly sharp claws. They can dig, they can move and pack in mud, and they've also got self-sharpening teeth. They've effectively got a little chisel in their mouth which can get through all kinds of different wood. They can felt.
It is weird to me that that they eat wood, but hey, who am I to criticize beavers for their choice of diet? I hope this pond and stream-based content is good for the avian chatters right now. Looking at you, Donald Duck. I'm actually shocked that we're not seeing any ducks right now in these areas.
Soil. So for ecology and nature, beavers just bring a little bit of chaos, because if you look around the landscape, this is why I think we need to get beavers back in our agricultural lands on those little streams. It's because if you look around, it's all just regimented, it's orderly. What beavers do is they bring some chaos back to it in the best way possible. Things like creating these different structures where, you know, you have these trees which just couldn't cope with all the water and they've died. Some of them have fallen over, some of them have snapped, some of them are still standing. It just creates a more dynamic habitat. The complexity of the ecological interactions which take place in and around beaver wetlands is nothing short of mind-boggling. It's a 200-part video series in itself. So I'll put it this way. I can't think of a single creature which wouldn't benefit from beavers in the landscape. Can you? So this particular...
That's pretty good. All creatures benefiting from beavers. Truly beautiful. And these sorts of habitats also protect human beings from floods, as they hold back excess water to some degree. They truly live in symbiosis with their environments. Alright. Now, we are going to stay in old Blighty. But let's talk about how people in the UK are celebrating the winter solstice. At perhaps one of the most well-known UK landmarks. That's right, people showing up outside of Stonehenge. Earlier in the morning to celebrate the beckoning in of winter and the longest night or shortest day of the year. Am I gonna get copyrighted for this music? What's happening? Revelers, spiritualists, and tourists gather at Stonehenge to celebrate the winter solstice.
I'm one of the senior druids, which means that I'm the head of a druid order. I'm here to celebrate the solstice. I'm here 4 times a year to celebrate the solstices and equinoxes: spring, summer, autumn, and winter.
All of
Today
them.
is one of the very important ones, because we know, as a leap of faith, from today the sun will return and the days will get longer, the nights will get shorter, and it's what we call the returning of the sun.
Seems like more of a jam session than anything.
Together as a family, and there's something really meaningful about doing something that people have been doing for thousands of years. It just feels incredibly meaningful, and there is a real pull. Like, having been here once, I felt really compelled to come back.
Well, there you go. People celebrating in a pagan sort of way here at Stonehenge to celebrate the coming of winter during this holiday time. Now let's talk about this. This is a somewhat frustrating story to talk about right now, but we have to. As we're already in the UK, we're already talking environmental issues. And a Just Stop Oil protester at the advanced age of 77 years old
Help! I'm being repressed!
is being recalled to prison for Christmas.
What?
Could you jump up?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Ada Lapp will turn 78 next month. The fact that she may do so in prison has prompted a chorus of protest over her treatment.
She used the word terrified, and I would never have expected her to use that word. And I questioned her and I said, "Are you really saying that?" And she said, "Yes, it is terrifying."
Traffic stopped on the M25.
The backdrop, November 2022, and 4 days of Just Stop Oil protests on the M25. Huge disruption ensued as activists climbed motorway gantries. Among those jailed since,
not disruptions.
is Ada Lapp. After 3.5 months in Peterborough prison, the former art teacher was released early under a home detention curfew in Bristol, where she lives. But the monitoring company couldn't fit an electronic tag to her leg due to a health condition, and when it came to the option of a tag on her wrist,
They said they didn't have a tag that was small enough to fit her wrists. So they said because of an inability to monitor, she would have to be recalled to jail.
Those campaigning on...
That makes sense. She does seem like a danger to society. A nearly 80-year-old environmental activist. Yeah. That makes sense.
behalf have now received a
Would
letter
want her
from
walking
the
the
prisons
streets.
Minister Lord Timpson, in which he says she must go back to prison. It's elicited this response from Ada Lapp's MP.
Well, I'm sure it was good.
I was hoping, given Lord Timpson's track record and clearly progressive views in terms of prison reform and rehabilitation and so on, that he would understand that this isn't a good use of public resources, especially when we have incredibly overcrowded prisons, and we're letting people out early. Why then are we sending a 77-year-old grandmother who is no risk to the public
That's a great
back
question.
to prison on a technicality?
Thanks, Jeff, for
Basically,
the
asked a
question.
load of our women friends, of all of a certain age. They've all got risks, about 14.5, 15.
Supporters of Ada Lapp claim a monitoring solution must be possible, and if not, it leaves a criminal justice system ill-equipped to meet stated ambitions of managing more offenders in the community. But situations like this are rare, is the government's position. Also, that without a means to electronically monitor someone, ministers can't intervene. We have a duty to enforce sentences passed down by the independent judiciary, said the Prison and Probation Service today. The law states anyone released under home detention curfew must be tagged and recalled if no alternative solution is available.
There may be people watching.
Wow. Fascinating. I just don't see how this woman presents any danger to society and why you would need to tag her and know of her whereabouts at all times. What danger does she present? If anything, she's trying to help society. But she's not the only activist to have been in jail recently. Paul Watson, anti-whaling activist, was in jail, recently released, and went on France 24 earlier today to discuss his release.
Paul Watson has spent a lifetime sailing into danger to protect life in the ocean and defending whales at sea. In 74, it's a life of activism that's led to run-ins with a number of countries, multiple detentions, Interpol red notices, the latest being from Japan, which has long hunted whales. And Paul's quest has been to expose illegal whaling activities, including when it's dressed up for research purposes. He was in detention for almost 5 months in Greenland by Danish police at the behest of Japan, which wanted him extradited, still does. Well, accused Paul of a crime from 14 years ago that revolves around his team firing raw butter stink bombs at the crew of one of their whaling research stim.
Oh, God.
Well, after that, he was released earlier this week without extradition going ahead, and he's returned to his family here in France. He's here with us tonight. Paul, great to have you with us, great to talk to you. We're going to talk about a lot of the detail, what's happened, the incident, what Japan are alleging. First of all, how are you? Because you've been back just a few days.
Very relieved to be back with my family just before Christmas.
Talk us through your time.
And I'm sure they're glad to have you back, Santa Claus. I mean, Paul. I mean, come on. You can't tell me this guy doesn't look a little bit like Santa.
Talk us through your time in detention, first of all, because 5 months in Greenland. I did hear you gave one interview by phone to, I think, BBC World Service, where you talked about, you had some, it was kind of a bizarre situation, I think you described it as. You had some access to go and do some shopping in the day, and you had a beautiful view from your cell to see the Arctic foxes. And tell me about what it was like inside.
Well, from the outside, the prison looks like it's in the gulag. But once you're in the prison, I got this beautiful view of the fjord and the mountains. I could see whales out there.
Wow.
You're not allowed to go shopping, but they don't serve meals in this prison. They give you about 150 euros a week, and you
I'm sorry,
go to
what?
the prison store, buy your own food, and then prepare your own meals.
I see.
What is this sort of crazy socialist prison system? What? You get beautiful views and to cook your own food? Fascinating.
A week, and you go to the prison store, buy your own food, and then prepare your own meals.
I see. So you could, I mean, we've seen you outside talking to reporters. You were able to go and leave the detention facility briefly, were you? Or is this within the grounds that we're seeing here, that photo behind you?
Oh, no, this was after I was released. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had to stay within the detention, but you could communicate by phone. You could still send messages, because I know your messages were coming through. We were receiving some of your updates while you were still inside.
I was, but I was only allowed 10-minute phone call to my family every week. But media people could make interview appointments and schedule that. And so I did meet with numerous media people during that time.
Were you treated well?
Oh, yeah, I have no complaints about it. The prisoners are friendly. The prison guards were friendly. The police were friendly. It's all a very friendly place in Greenland.
We need a Greenlandic prison system worldwide. It sounds pretty great, not gonna lie. What he talks about, he's like, actually, it might sound like jail, but actually it was more like a vacation once he got there.
I want to go back to your story, because this incident relates to 14 years ago, as I just said, and we're talking about, well, you'd set up Whale Wars, this essentially a real-life reality TV program on the high seas of what your team back then, Sea Shepherd, were actually dealing with at the time, the antics you would try and do to stop whales being harpooned, being killed.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the incident, because we have it on film. This is the moment of stink bombs being fired, the centre of Japan's arguments for
butter
team in a Catamaran, and let's have a look at
perilous butter.
When Chuck gave me the order to slow down the Nishin Maru, we had failed on the Shonen Maru. The Nishin Maru's got 4 times the power. I just thought it was wasted exercise.
We come for you piece of
But in saying that, we did manage to slow them down a little bit, and it was a lot of fun.
How's it definitely, man? Oh, sweet.
How dare you butter our ship? That is a crime. Buttering a ship on open waters.
Illegal. Smell of napalm in the morning.
For 8
that
hours,
ship is
Peter and his
badass.
crew engaged in Mission Murray.
Or, seriously, is anybody else getting serious Batman vibes from this freaking thing? Like, come on. This is intense.
For 8 hours, Pete and his crew engaged the Mission Maru, but could do little to make any lasting impact on the 8,000-ton factory ship.
So that's from the programme Whale Water. This is what...
Okay, there we go. That'll be our whaling, anti-whaling portion of this stream. I hope you enjoyed that. I got a few more stories here to get through. Let's go. On now to Kenya. Talk about pollution causing problems on the Nairobi River and people living along it. Here, well, oh, I also had France 24 English. This is from earlier today as well.
Organizers of this festival had hoped the gathering could raise awareness about the dangerous levels of pollution in the river flowing through Kenya's capital. They were shocked when the event was shut down by police.
We notified them. All the artists are coming, but you can see what's happening.
It's a sensitive topic. For years, authorities in Nairobi have acknowledged the problem, but struggle to provide solutions.
This river cannot be clean because if you try to see many industries, all their pollution, strategic like waste, they're being dropped to the river. So they can't lie to us that this river can be clean.
The contamination comes from factories, but also from the city's 5 million residents. Only about half of Nairobi is covered by sewage lines. Downstream, this dirty water is used by farmers, often living fields
Horrifying.
untroubled by full odors.
The water comes here to my farm and we use it to irrigate the crops. If it is dirty, then the plants become dirty too.
They will still have to be solved. Some campaigners are taking matters into their own hands. Some even built public toilets that are connected to the sewage system himself.
As a person and as an organization, we really need to do something. We cannot just wait for the government to come and do something for us. So it is a collective responsibility with the citizens.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kenya is not doing a very good job of taking care of its people. Has not been. There's been an incredible number of accusations of corruption and of, you know, them just essentially ignoring the will of the people, which have led to the protests that we were seeing earlier this year there. I'm not saying that all those protests were based upon this particular instance of, you know, neglect, but, you know, I think it's all sort of cumulative. Okay. Now let's go. Wait, is this right? Yeah, no, yeah. All right, let's go north to Egypt, where they rang in the winter solstice at Luxor Temple. Okay. Is that it for the... Nope, nope. Nope, not quite. Alright, let's go here. Actually, should we just go straight into this? Actually, the didn't have a ton of environmental news to talk about here today. I think that's it. So, what do we do at this moment? What do we do? I think we just push on into the regular stream, then we'll take a break at 4 hours. Like usual, just go straight into space news. Get ready. If you didn't hear, China has broken the world record for longest spacewalk. 2 Chinese astronauts have broken the world record for the longest spacewalk. 9 hours and 6 minutes is the new record. 10 minutes longer than the previous one. The previous record was set in 2011 by the US space program NASA. Kai Chu-zhe and Song Ling-dong conducted the maintenance outside of the spacecraft. They were also tasked with installing space protection devices. They were assisted by crewmate Wang Hao-zhe, who remained inside of the capsule. Now, I looked it up. Apparently, China... I was looking this up, this term, space protection devices. And I found that, in fact, China has been arming satellites with lasers as defensive technology, supposedly. So, yeah, Chinese space lasers.
China!
Song also became the first Chinese astronaut born in the 1990s to conduct a spacewalk. Congratulations to number 2 for completing your first spacewalk and becoming the first Chinese astronaut born after 1990 to carry out extravehicular activities. My appreciation also goes to the full collaboration of number 3 inside the module, and the extensive support of Xu Guang and the entire technical team. Today, the astronauts performed exceptionally well. This extravehicular activity lasted for 9 hours, the longest among the 17 EVAs we have ever overseen. From the moment they opened the hatch and ventured outside, their spirits were high. Okay, there we go. Happy solstice to you, Mordent, Inky, Cap. Mordent, Inky, Cap. Thank you. Happy solstice to you. Speaking of the solstice, let's talk about the winter solstice really quickly. NASA has an official explanation for us as to what it is that solstice even means. Science of the winter solstice.
For those of us in the northern hemisphere, December 21st marks the winter solstice. But what does that mean from an astronomical perspective? From Earth, no matter where you happen to be, the sun reaches in its southernmost position, according to NASA. Seen from the north, From the northern hemisphere, the sun makes its lowest, shortest path across the sky on December 21st. In terms of hours of sunlight, the solstice marks the shortest day of the year for the northern hemisphere, and the longest for the southern hemisphere. The reason for the sun's changing height in the sky? Earth's tilt as it orbits. On the solstice, the North Pole is at its farthest tilt of 23.5 degrees away from the sun. It will be completely outside the sun's reach, experiencing 24 hours of complete darkness according to earthsky.org. After the solstice, days will start getting longer again in the northern hemisphere, but the extra sunlight doesn't mean it will start getting any warmer. The oceans, which moderate temperatures on land, need vast amounts of solar energy to begin to heat back up. This year's solstice is especially unique, as it coincides with an event known as the Great Conjunction. Jupiter and Saturn will appear to almost touch, something which happens once every 20 years this century.
Okay, I'm sorry. That is not correct, because that's from, I think this is from 4 years ago. Yeah. So do not. I'm sorry. I meant to stop that before he made that statement. That's my bad. Point is there you go. An explanation of the winter solstice, longest day for the southern hemisphere, shortest for the northern hemisphere, all due to the tilting of the Earth as it relates to the sun. As we go around this solar system of ours. All right. Now let's go to Earth news. It's time. And we'll start that Earth news off in the UK. Talk about this. This technically could have been environmental news, but it also is not. Because it deals with corruption. Let's go here. Channel 4 news from 11 hours ago. Secret deal with Warwickshire Hunt sparks police policy debate. What you talking about?
What you talking about?
What started as a small issue about policing a hunt has now become a major dispute about policing policy in Warwickshire.
Warwickshire Hunt is an organised crime group by definition. They are an organised crime group. I mean, they're acting with impunity.
The voice is not of anti-hunting campaigners, but of officers from Warwickshire Police speaking out for the first time, a force that we've been reporting on throughout this year.
Surely we can't pick and choose, what laws we uphold.
2 years back, the Warwickshire Police took action against the Warwickshire Hunt because of antisocial behaviour like obstructing traffic, such as this ambulance on blue lights. They issued a community protection notice, and that should have been that.
And then something extraordinary, possibly unprecedented, took place. A secret deal was arrived at between senior officers of Warwickshire Police and the Hunt, which meant the whole thing just went away. It never came to court at all. And from that day until this, nobody has been allowed to know what was in the secret deal.
Wow.
We reported this earlier in the year.
Jesus Christ. Oh, wow.
Ended, but it left a bitter feeling of abandonment of accountable policing. And tonight officers speak out accusing the force of allowing some people to be above the law.
People would compare how they would be dealt with if it was them or their family or their relative. Surely we can't pick and choose what laws we uphold as a police force. And it was a case of, right, the whole force is probably just going to hang on now and wait for the damage. And I think the damage has arrived.
These police officers contacted us because of their disgust over the secret deal, but have asked for anonymity.
I mean, the Warwickshire Police senior officers, they try and give this view. We look after each other, and we lead by morals and standards and values and family. But absolutely not. I think the saddest thing is that it wasn't a surprise. It's just something that would happen in Warwickshire Police.
These officers far from lone voices, and their concerns shared now by local MP Matt Weston. Now, it may have nothing to do with his campaign to get the secret deal made public, but someone is targeting him.
I've actually had incidents where I've had graffiti on the property, and I've had a nail put through the tyre of my car. I'm beginning to pick up that, officers really are frustrated with the leadership of Warwickshire Police. There is a lack of transparency, particularly on this issue, So I'm going to go to the police, so to the Information Commissioner, and if it's necessary, I'll go to court over it.
He wants the secret deal made public for transparency and so that trust in policing can be restored. We too have been asking for months to see it and to ask those responsible why they ever allowed this to happen.
Right. Well, my guess is that, you know, people involved in this hunt are probably what you might refer to as moneyed people, you know? At least my understanding of people who tend to take part in this sort of hunting, the traditional British hunting with dogs and horses, you know, tend to have a great deal of, you know, money and or influence, and it seems to me that this is a pretty clear case of corruption going on here. What all will be done about it, I do not know. Alrighty. Not gonna leave the UK quite yet. This story I thought would be, you know, a good one to talk about in this holiday season.
More than 1,000 people are currently sleeping rough in Liverpool, according to charities working there.
I'd be on the street normally, probably wake up about 4 or 5 o'clock, depending on where I'm sleeping.
For years, Barry was one of those living on the streets.
And most people who are homeless have their own like little space where they feel safe. This is where I used to sit every day, outside the front door of home and bargain. I get there about 6 in the morning, whenever I got kicked out of there, and then I'd just be there all day, really. Talking to everyone. I'm a people person, I like to speak to people. I used to say good morning to everyone. You don't really make plans when you're homeless, to be fair. It's just take every day as it comes. You don't even know you're going to wake up tomorrow. Like when we sleep in the car park and stuff, obviously, a lot of people go in and out of there, so you never feel 100% safe. You've always got to be on your guard, so you never really get sleep. It's just nodding here and there.
For people who find themselves in situations like Barry's, there is some hope. Temporary hostels like this one, provided by the Whitechapel Centre charity.
So, this is the Phoenix house. It's the first step of a street hostel. There is a shower facilities, washing facilities, kitchens for them. We're trying to move people as soon as possible, but sometimes it takes longer than we expected. So they get new bed, new beddings, boxes and socks, cutlery, crockery, toiletries, and the food bag to kickstart off. I have lived experience, so I know how the people feel left on the streets without hope.
Hostels like these are more than just a safe place to sleep. The extra care they provide is vital to people facing homelessness.
Well, at the moment we have a big housing crisis. Of course, I will say that everybody's going to say lack of finances. We need like more places like this to be opened instead of putting people in the hotels around the town without support. Just a waste of money. It's my opinion.
The safe spaces these hostels provide can offer a chance to rebuild lives.
It was a studio flat, basically bedsit. I paid the rent on time, never missed a payment, and they sold the building. Okay. Evicted 18 of us, 4 weeks notice. I was actually sleeping at the Aldi at Rice Lane, and I was in a tent for about 4.5 months. Like I said, it was through no fault of my own. To be honest, me first.
It's rough. It is a fucked up system we all live in right now. Oh, good reminder. Only 2 likes away from 40. Thank you, Moanoep. Alright, now let's go to another difficult story here. In Germany, we talked about this yesterday quickly. We can do that again now today. As there was an attack at a German Christmas market where a driver drove through a crowd and killed multiple people. And injured dozens of others.
A Christmas market in Germany was turned into a scene of carnage tonight after a car ploughed through crowds, leaving at least 2 people dead, including a small child, and injuring over 60. This is the scene live there now. Emergency services and police are still in attendance, and all hospitals are preparing for a mass casualty event. The suspect is said to be a 50-year-old doctor who's a Saudi national and who's been in Germany since 2006. The incident took place in a market in the centre of the city of Magdeburg in East Germany. With more, here's Francis Reed.
Confusion, chaos. There are passers-by tending to those injured on the ground. What sounds like children crying. And adults too. People are looking round, bewildered at what's just happened. Eyewitnesses say a car drove at speed straight into dozens upon dozens of people. Just a few hours ago, this market was bustling with people shopping and socialising in the days before Christmas. Ambulances and emergency services scramble to help those they can, taking people to hospital and treating at the scene. Hospitals in the area told to deal with a mass casualty event.
This is a terrible tragedy. It's a catastrophe for the city of Magdeburg and for Germany in general. For this to happen at a Christmas market is hard to comprehend.
Attacks on citizens in Germany are nothing new. 8 years ago, an articulated lorry ploughed into a busy Christmas market in the heart of Berlin, killing 12 people and injuring many more.
Let's go here. Olaf Scholz came out and spoke.
Einer Tragödie, die wir erlebt haben. Wir haben es gerade mit dem Bundeskanzler und Vertreterinnen und Vertretern des Bundeskabinetts und der Bundespolitik besichtigen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Denn es ist
we're
wirklich
in a spot where a dreadful event happened, a horrible tragedy.
der Stadt
We've just been talking to the Federal Chancellor and representatives from the federal government
auch in die Stadtgeschichte Eingang.
who visited the scene with them.
Das ist furchtbar und wir haben bisher eine
This is a
Bilanz,
place
die
which will always be
noch
linked to
schrecklicher
the
ist, als wir
history
es
of
gestern
Magdeburg
Abend
now. It will become
noch
a
einschätzen
site
konnten.
of commemoration
wissen,
and will enter the annals of
haben
our
wir
history in that spirit.
inzwischen 5 Menschenleben zu beklagen.
That is really dreadful.
Und über 200 Verletzte, davon viele schwerst verletzt und schwer verletzt. Und das ist eine
The figures are
Dimension,
worse than
die
last
keiner von uns überhaupt
night.
vorstellen konnte. Und wir haben gerade mit den
We now have
Rettungskräften und der
5 fatalities
Feuerwehr sprechen können. Es ist bisher
and over 200 people who are
unvorstellbar gewesen, dass es
injured.
so etwas
Many who are
überhaupt
critically injured
in
are badly
Deutschland
injured.
und in Europa geben kann.
And
in
this is an order of
Kriegszeiten,
magnitude that
in denen
none of
wir uns
us
ja
could have
befinden.
imagined.
Auf der anderen Seite war es
We
wichtig,
talked
dass
to the
wir
people from the fire
jetzt
brigade
gerade
and the
heute früh
emergency
auch in der
responders.
Landesregierung eine
It was quite
Kabinettssitzung gemacht haben,
astonishing. It was
Festlegungen zu treffen
unimaginable that
konnten,
something like this could
darüber
happen
hinausgehenden, über
in
das übliche
Germany
Maß
in the middle
hinausgehenden.
of
Okay. It's enough there from Olaf. But yeah, it's a horrifying tragedy in Germany. And it started off with 2 people having died. And now 3 people have succumbed. 3 more people have succumbed to their wounds. Taking that to 5 having died now from this attack. And still many more left in the hospital. Oh, God. Let's go to Lebanon, where they're celebrating Christmas too, trying to stay in the holiday spirit, regardless what's been going on.
By the light of hundreds of garlands, these Lebanese are reveling in the magic of Christmas and the simple pleasures of the festive season. The scene seems standard for December, but it's far removed from the daily reality faced by these young people just a few weeks ago, as Lebanon was pummeled by Israeli bombs.
First of all, thank God the war is over. Secondly, Lebanon is always on fire. We Lebanese love a joyful atmosphere. We never say no to any.
I gotta say, I think she might be getting ahead of herself on thanking God for the war to being over. It's just a ceasefire, and there's only like 30 days left to it. So, that might be short-lived. I would like it not to be, but I think we all know pessimism is honestly a more prudent path these days, considering the conduct of Israel and the IDF.
Occasion. We love life. We love to celebrate and enjoy ourselves.
Peace, love, and hope are the guiding principles of this season after 14 months of destructive conflict. According to the Ministry of Health, nearly 4,000 Lebanese have been killed in hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel, and more than 1,400,000 people have fled their homes. Despite this, locals are persevering with a smile.
It is well known that if the Lebanese fall 100 times, they will stand back up. You saw how in a very short period of time this war destroyed everything, and look how everything is being rebuilt in a beautiful way.
About a third of the population of Lebanon is Christian, the most of any Arab country.
Santa's having a good time over here. This little kid seems to be excited to get to sit on Santa's knee. Hopefully she gets presents and not coal or bombs. Okay, it's too soon. Too soon. I'm sorry, Chad. I can't help it. I am incredibly pessimistic about what's been going on over here. Oh, God. I'm jaded and broken. Somebody fix me. Alright, just kidding. Everything's fine.
I don't want reality.
Let's go here to Ukraine, where... Oh, right. Nope. Actually, no, this isn't Ukraine. No. Russia, where other things are going on. This is from yesterday. Jesus Christ.
Moving on now, Ukrainian forces carried out a major drone attack on the Russian city of Kazan Saturday. A drone smashed into a high-rise apartment building, though there were no casualties, according to local officials. And then that came as the governor of Ukraine's Kharkiv region said that 8 people were wounded there on Friday night in Russian drone attacks on the regional capital. Here's more for some residents.
I was in the other room, and I heard a roar. The glass in the big room cracked.
There is no logic in this shelling or other attacks. This is another terrorist act committed by Russians to intimidate the local population and create panic.
Well, for more, France 24's international affairs editor Philip Turl joins me on set. Hi there, Philip.
Hi, Erin.
Both Russia and Ukraine have been carrying out offensive strikes over the past couple of days. What's the latest?
All right, well, what we're seeing here is, remember, Vladimir Putin did a press conference, his annual press conference the day before yesterday. He wants to show that he still has the military capacity to strike Ukraine and also to take villages in Ukraine. The pressure is mounting on the Russian president to come up with the goods, if you like. We're almost 3 years into the war in Ukraine. Russia still hasn't managed to take control of the country. It believed it was going to just take control within 3 days. I think there is a number of questions, and there are a number of questions that remain without answers as to what Russia's final aims are here, how it attempts to achieve a victory in Ukraine.
Yeah, it isn't clear anymore what it is that Russia would even view as a victory in Ukraine at this point. I think they're just looking for something to sell, because it has not been very productive for Russia at all. Alright, now, let's go... Wait, what are we doing on time? We're going to take a real quick break here before we go on to the last half. You gonna ding Soul Life 100 times? Okay. Alright. Alright, chat, before we go on to talking about the Middle East and stuff, figured we'd take a quick and final space break. So, if you haven't already hit that like button, don't forget to subscribe, and while you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, where we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many good ways for you to do just that on YouTube, on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and my favorite, of course, Patreon, where you can get all the super sweet galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way for just a few US dollars a month. So check that out. Alright, chat, enjoy this break. I'll be right back.
Do you know what we're here for?
Oh shit, we just got raided on a break. Thank you for the raid, NCC. Good to see you, NCC viewers. Welcome. We're just taking a short galactic break before we get back to the content, so make sure to hit those follow and subscribe buttons. I hope the stream is good. I tuned into part of it. I saw you watching the appearance of Janky Uger on what was it, the Charlie Kirk's thing, the the TPUSA or whatever it is. So hopefully that was good. Oh, son of a bitch. Have I been muted this whole time? I was talking. This is offensive. This is highly offensive. I am... Oh, I'm incredibly offended by that. I'm so sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to be muted, but hello. We are looking at footage after the fact of the Israeli strike on Syrian naval infrastructure here. This is drone footage that was taken days after the actual strike happened, essentially the day of the fall of the Assad regime. Israel decided to alleviate Syria of their entire navy all in one go here. even though they had a previously existing truce with Syria. Benjamin Netanyahu and his generals thought that that agreement only existed between the governments that existed, not the countries, even though that's usually not how those sorts of agreements work. All right. Now, let's go here. As people have been gathering in Damascus, we are here today to say that we want a civil state that respects all people regardless of their sex and religious tendencies. We want to express that we're here. It's early to decide that where the state is heading, but in principle, we are saying that we exist. We are here in case in the future they would like to do a something that they should know what a good chunk of the people want. The gathering of the civil youth aims to call upon all Syrians to demand a state for all Syria. We went out to say that we exist on the streets and not only on social media. There are a lot of civil movements in Syria, but they are not finding each other. This is a chance to find each other, to talk and to discuss. Our ultimate goal is for Syria to be a state for all. We are trying to do something that suits Syria as a civil youth gathering. Yeah, I think this is an important aspect of all of this and this transitional phase for Syria, for people of different groups to be coming together and talking to each other about what they want, making their voices heard, and, you know, proving that they exist, I think, is partly just sort of a preemptive thing that Syrians are doing, knowing their history, people being disappeared suddenly, political prisoners not being heard from. I think it really just sort of just as with this all in many ways has you know,
and gender equality. Hundreds of people
when they talk about wanting to be seen to prove that they exist and all this, I think that's what a lot of that has to do with.
Chanting for democracy and gender equality, hundreds of people gathered in Umayyad Square in central Damascus to demand a secular state and a place for women in post-Assad Syria.
I'm here because I feel that all the women and men of Syria should be present. Because for the first time we feel that we have a presence, that we can speak and express ourselves and listen to each other.
It was the first protest of its type since rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham toppled longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad. The al-Qaeda-linked group has sought to moderate its rhetoric in recent weeks, but while it's vowed to protect Syria's many religious and ethnic minorities, questions linger over what role, if any, women will play in the country's future government. Earlier this week, a spokesman for the new administration said female representation in ministries or parliament was premature, drawing the ire of many women who feel they should play a central role in building a new Syria.
The Syrian woman should not only be a partner, but she should be the one leading. Because it is known that in wars men travel and die and their numbers decrease, and women become the ones who control all aspects of civilian life.
I like those buttons.
Held in a spirit of defiance, Thursday.
I don't know why. I don't know why I noticed the buttons while I was listening to her talk about something very important. But come on, you can't tell me that those buttons aren't freaking sweet. All right, but yeah, as you can hear yourself, women in Syria would like to participate in their government, and not just participate, but be a part of, and in fact, be a part of that leadership. Okay, now let's go on here. This is from yesterday, Middle East Eye. If you hadn't seen this, actually, you know what? Well, as we all know, probably, Israel's been already invaded the Golan Heights, the part that wasn't theirs already, technically, beyond the exclusion zone, into the Syrian Golan Heights, and have now also moved into further parts of the territory in the south. As you can see here, there are tank tracks in the road. And later in this video, you'll be able to see military vehicles coming from over here, coming from Israel into southern Syria. And they have been taking multiple, at least 3 so far that are known, where they are essentially forcing out Syrians. And with zero provocation, I would point out. You know, they have not been attacking Syria. Ever since the fall of the Assad regime, they have just been sort of celebrating in Syria. And there's been no threats made by the new Syrian leadership against Israel up to this point. So this invasion is, like I said, completely it's beyond unwarranted, it's unprovoked. And people in Syria have been gathering in the nearby area protesting this. We are the children of the land from the border village of Maria, adjacent to the borders of the occupied Golan and bordering the kingdom of Jordan. We categorically reject this intervention that has marred our joy, and at this victory, the joy of defeating Assad and his cohort has been tainted by this interference, spoiling all celebrations. Therefore, we appeal to all international entities and to the new government to which we extend a hand. We ask them to provide us with all forms of support to repel this occupying enemy from our borders. They have denied us our access to our land, to our livestock, to our beekeeping, and to all forms of livelihood near this village. So yeah, Israel has decided to ethnically cleanse the south of Syria now. Because I guess they've kind of realized their objectives to many degrees in other areas that weren't theirs. Southern Lebanon, Gaza, Palestinian West Bank, occupied West Bank. And they're just like, you know what? We see a power vacuum, let's fill it. Let's go to Syria and take it. But the Syrians are very upset about that. And especially coming off of this fall of Assad, they are seemingly even more resolute in their desire to not be pushed off of their own land. And hopefully they do get some sort of support here. And hopefully, I don't know, the U.S. draws a red line and says, hey, stop that. We're funding all of this, and we can stop. I don't know, but I mean, of course, that's perhaps overly optimistic considering what we've seen up to this point in terms of red lines and U.S. support and all that. Just saying, we've been sort of touting this fall of Assad as the burgeoning of a Syrian democracy and all this stuff ever since it happened. And so walking it back to say, actually, it's fine if Israel invades too, though. Seems like a crazy turn to take after having said all of that, right? Because I mean, we've seen the media and we've seen the spokespeople from the White House, from the State Department, all saying how great it is that Assad is gone for the Syrian people, the people in those villages that we were just talking about, how they can now have democracy and their own country back and all this stuff. So, you know, this runs completely counterintuitive to that narrative. Not that we care about being hypocrites, but just pointing it out for anybody who does care. All right, let's go here, talk about the future of Syria some more. France 24 English.
Well, France 24's reporter Andrew Hillier has just returned from northern Syria. He joins me now in the studio. Andy, welcome back. Now, your team arrived, of course, in Aleppo after the fall of the regime. What was the atmosphere like on the ground?
Yeah, well, after waiting several days, it was indeed the Turkish authorities who finally gave us permission to cross into Syria, because they're the ones who control the access in and out of northern Syria, because there's no one actually on the Syrian side to give visas. And the first thing we saw when we got to Aleppo was this remarkable scene of men on a crane tearing down old regime flags and tearing down an old poster of Bashar al-Assad on the central square in Aleppo, Saadallah al-Jabiri. That was to prepare for the Friday, and that was when there were the huge celebrations. These are the pictures of those celebrations, the first Friday after the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime. And I just want you to take a listen to get an idea of the atmosphere on the square that day. Take a listen to these two people speaking to France 24.
I'm so happy because the revolution triumphed. Even if we paid for it with our blood, a lot of blood, and the screams of mothers, the pain of children who were orphaned, and women who became widows. Bashar al-Assad created chaos in Syria. He created chaos. I hope God burns his heart like he burnt the heart of so many mothers.
I'm in a state of euphoria. I swear as soon as I arrived to the square, I started crying. I cried because I feel freedom. I saw policemen and I stopped and took a photo with them. They embraced me. I can't believe it. Is it a dream or is it really happening? Is this all normal?
What you heard there was a woman who lost her son during the conflict and a man who was a former inmate. And that really does sum up the atmosphere on that day. You had former inmates, people who lost loved ones, former fighters, entire families, and people really riding this wave of euphoria that, that we saw after.
Yeah, and what's interesting is France 24, just like CNN, are continuing to do these incredibly positive stories about the fall of Bashar al-Assad while they are not talking about Israel's invasion of Syria or the massive number of strikes they've now done on Syria since the fall of Assad. And I think it's incredibly hypocritical and just sort of blind, not ignorance. I'm 100% sure that they're aware of it. They have more resources than I do. So if I'm aware of it, they must be. It's just sort of blatantly, turning a blind eye to this current dichotomy playing out in Syria right now. It would be great if they would, while they're talking about all this, get into the fact that Israel is doing all of these things. And I don't know, that maybe they should stop doing that. All right, let's go talk about one of those organizations I just mentioned, that being CNN, because they have been struggling to cover the Middle East with any real journalistic integrity for quite a while now, not just since October 7th, even though some people believe that's when history started. Actually, they've kind of sucked at it for quite a while. But I don't want to talk about all of that. We don't have time for that. So let's talk about a much more specific couple instances where CNN has sort of let journalistic integrity go by the wayside and sort of, just grab stories by the balls, right? You don't have to look into facts or do any actual research. I mean, sometimes you just gotta post, you gotta go for the clicks. If you don't, you're gonna get yourself in trouble, with your boss or with, I don't know, with the moneyed interests at your organizations, whatever it might be. You just gotta get those stories out, regardless of whether they're right or not, factually accurate. That's a thing of the past.
From alleged rescues that turned out to be staged to overtly biased coverage and more, scandals continue to plague global news broadcaster CNN. Most recently, the American network was thrust under the spotlight and interrogated on social media over a report it published of an alleged prison rescue operation in Syria's capital, Damascus, after the fall of the Assad regime. On December 11, 2024, CNN aired a segment featuring one of its correspondents, Clarissa Ward, reporting from what she said was a secret prison in Damascus where she and her team had discovered a prisoner. Once the video hit social media, many said the footage appeared staged, and right they were.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, BCat. Oh my god, I just noticed that. Because of you, I turned down the volume because we were doing a bunch of stories where I had to read subtitles. And now you can't hear anything. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Take two.
From alleged rescues that turned out to be staged, to overtly biased coverage and more, scandals continue to plague global news broadcaster CNN. Most recently, the American network was thrust under the spotlight and interrogated on social media over a report it published of an alleged prison rescue operation in Syria's capital, Damascus, after the fall of the Assad regime. On December 11, 2024, CNN aired a segment featuring one of its correspondents, Clarissa Ward, reporting from what...
Now, I actually didn't recognize this guy, but when I watched this initially, because I certainly saw the story, but if you watch this channel enough, you know we didn't cover it because, well, I haven't mentioned it up until now, but I had my doubts about what the fuck I was looking at when I watched it for the first time. I was like, dude, something feels weird. I don't know how to put my finger on it, but this guy's reactions, just the way that it all was clipped together, it just didn't. None of it felt right. And so I was just like, let's hold off on doing this particular story, if ever. It's just one prisoner, and then this stuff started coming out, and I was like, oh, hey, my instincts weren't that bad. Might have been onto something here.
She said was a secret prison in Damascus where she and her team had discovered a prisoner. Once the video hit social media, many said the footage appeared staged, and right they were. 4 days later, a Syrian fact-checking group confirmed that the so-called prisoner was actually a notorious officer in Assad's army, known for the horrendous activities he committed against...
So yeah, that's not great. That's not a great look, CNN. You helped stage a fake prison breakout for one of Bashar al-Assad's most notorious generals and didn't even notice it. Just didn't even realize that's who you're looking at. That's great. Really good job.
Civilians in Homs during the Civil War. CNN ended up releasing a statement which basically said it was investigating how its team had gotten duped. Here's a look at a few other recent scandals. Now, it's no secret that CNN's word choices and framing of stories from the Middle East have faced intense scrutiny in the past. Nothing, however, exposes CNN's bias reporting more than its coverage of Israel's genocidal war on Palestine's Gaza. While CNN continues to face backlash over its framing of Tel Aviv's relentless strikes on the enclave, its own staff spilled the tea to The Guardian in February, describing how the network's editorial policies promoted Israeli propaganda.
Anderson Cooper asked Lady Gaga what kind of genitals she has? Oh, fascinating. That's a fascinating line of questioning. What a journalist that Anderson Cooper is.
While censoring Palestinian perspectives. CNN staff, including journalists from multiple of the network's newsrooms around the world, told the British newspaper that stories are being influenced by management decisions and a strict story approval process, leading to biased coverage of October 7 and Israel's ensuing genocide.
Okay, yeah, I think we all are pretty aware of just how bad CNN's coverage has been. Everything that's been going on in the Middle East, it's constantly just repeating talking points given out by Israel, the people committing the most amount of violence in the region, constantly repeating State Department talking points without asking questions, even though they're supposed to be the ones there to question those things. Technically, what? What's the colloquialism? There was a time, long, long ago, when actually journalists were supposed to check the rungs of power. Question reports given to them by government agencies and say, is this the truth or is it not the truth? And should the public know about this? But no. That's actually a lot of work. And it's much easier to just sort of parrot words given to you on a teleprompter. Ah, God. What a great time we live in. All right, let's go here to the AP archive from 10 hours ago. Although this was actually from a press conference earlier this week. I think this was on Tuesday or Wednesday. This is a clip I didn't happen to see. But Donald Trump made a statement earlier while he was giving some reporters a chance to get those sound bites in. And he talked about a recent discussion he had with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on...
Sorry, we gotta go back and watch that again. Let's watch Donald Trump use 2 hands to move a microphone that weighs, I don't know, 12 ounces.
Thank you very much.
One hand, not good enough. Need the second one in there.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed
his good buddy Bibi.
What is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see.
So available,
as
you'll
you know, I
never.
gave warning that
Not going to answer any calls on the 20th, aside from Bibi.
if these
Keep the lines
hostages
open.
aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out.
I'm sorry. I forgot he said this immediately. Okay, hold on. Wait, we got to hear that again.
We'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out.
So, I've been ever since I heard this statement from him, I've been trying to interpret for myself what the fuck it means. It's almost like Donald Trump doesn't understand what's going on. It is not clear to me what he means by this. He says that all hell will break out if the hostages don't. He's going to tell Benjamin Netanyahu on the phone, or that he already has, that all hell will break out if the hostages don't come back. It's almost like he thinks Benjamin Netanyahu's not trying hard enough to get the hostages back. But
I don't want reality.
But even with that statement in its own, I mean, around here we think of that in one way, right? But what does Donald Trump mean when he says that? What does he mean? That Benjamin Netanyahu has to actually agree to a ceasefire that would include the release of the hostages? I mean, or does he mean that they haven't done enough militarily to get them out? I'm utterly perplexed. It really makes no sense. But hey, I mean, yeah, somebody's got to remind Benjamin Netanyahu he's got to get those hostages back. It's not like there's daily, nightly protests happening in Israel over them.
And very strong.
Oh, wait, what?
We generally just discussed.
Wait, you're saying that there is? Oh, thank you. Oh, God. Weird.
I asked him, where are things? Mike Waltz they're doing a great job, by the way. Everybody is very happy. I think he's doing a fantastic job.
Great job.
But he was very much involved in the call. But it was a recap call more than anything else.
Jesus Christ. Is that a Homan? This fucking guy. This guy's such a turd. Actually, no, that's not Homan. That's the other one, right? Oh my God, whatever. They're all like clones of each other.
Can you also, just going back to my initial question about the Middle East, you said that your conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu was kind of a review. Did you repeat
We just had a very good conversation.
The very best conversation.
And
so good.
You know, the real conversations will start on the 20th. But we had a really good conversation.
We had conversation. It wasn't real though. It was a pretend conversation. It was on. No, we were actually on the phone. But actually, It doesn't count. It doesn't count, right? Anything I said during that conversation was completely meaningless. Might as well have not called me. Not president yet. Thanks for the follow, whoever that was. Great job.
Good place in the Middle East. I think the Middle East will be in a good place. I think actually more difficult is going to be the Russia-Ukraine situation. I see that as more difficult. I don't think they should have allowed missiles to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing. Illegal. That brought the Koreans in.
It brought them in. You don't know, the Koreans, they're attracted to missiles like magnets. You fire a missile into Russia, and they show up. It's just science.
It's science.
Okay, what next? Come on, we got more stuff to talk about here, don't we? We certainly do. Actually, Final Half has some pretty good stuff in here, not gonna lie. I might be a little biased, but some good stuff. Good stuff. Left to the end for the most dedicated of space fams.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Jasper Nathaniel, writer of the Infinite Jazz newsletter on Substack. Also a great follow on Instagram for those of us who are senior citizens. And his most recent piece, In Ruins, Archaeological Warfare in the West Bank. It's published in Drift Magazine. It just came out yesterday.
Did NCC raid me on Twitch? Yes, she did. Yes, she did raid me on Twitch. That's correct. That is right.
Is that right?
Beautiful.
Yep. Okay, great.
Beautiful thing.
We'll put a link to that. So, Jasper, let's just start with this.
Okay, this is throwing me off. This guy has 2 first names. That's pick one. Okay, you get one first name. Jasper Nathaniel. What is that? What's going on here?
The West Bank. Well, let's start with this question. What's Judea and Samaria? Because I keep hearing Bill Clinton and
what is it? I don't even understand. Not knowing what Judea and Samaria is anti-Semitic. Come on.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Judea and Samaria, because I keep hearing Bill Clinton and what's his face?
Mike
Huckabee talk about this. And I don't remember at least Bill Clinton using this parlance before.
Seeing Bill Clinton use it was that was just bizarre. Yeah, Judea and Samaria, as you know, is basically the biblical name for the West Bank, and it refers to the 2 kingdoms of the ancient kingdom of Israel. So the northern kingdom, which was Samaria, and then Judea.
By the way, if you're ever wondering how to distinguish between the Old Testament and the New Testament, one great way to do it is to remember that if it's the Old Testament, Jesus, if it's the New Testament, Jesus said that. But if it's the Old Testament,
Jesus ain't say that.
That's how that goes, all right? New Testament, Jesus said it. Old Testament, Jesus ain't say it, because Jesus didn't exist yet.
And, for obvious sort of political
supposedly,
reasons,
allegedly,
the settlers will not say West Bank. They'll only say Judea and Samaria. Mike Huckabee will only say Judea and Samaria. Apparently Bill Clinton, Netanyahu. So when you hear Judea and Samaria, you should just sort of automatically know, okay, this is a person referring to the West Bank in the language of the settlers who believe it is theirs to take. So, yeah.
Just one historical question so I can place this. Was it named Judea and Samaria when the Canaanites?
I just realized something. We are at 494 followers, 6 away from 500, and we have 6 viewers right now. I don't know how many of you are currently following, but if you're not, do consider following. You get us to 500. Just saying.
Control that area?
Even before that, God named it Judea and Samaria.
Oh, that's right. That makes sense.
That's
right.
the point. Like, when
I love the way he talks about it as if the Bible is in fact history. He's like, yeah, actually God named it. Write that down, okay?
Relatively, like, are we talking post-Canaanites?
Yes.
Post
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so the Canaanites,
post the Babylonians,
yeah, it's somewhere around
post the Persians. The Persians, right? From folks from Iran.
I forget exactly when the Persians were there, but
Oh,
the gist
God.
is correct that, and it's like in the town that I wrote about, Sebastia, which is known as Samaria to the settlers, like 6,000 years ago, the Canaanites were there. The Canaanites were toppled by just one civilization after another. Alexander the Great destroyed it, rebuilt it, and at some point, the Israelites
Alexander
were definitely there. They named it their capital, Samaria, and that is the small
Maybe even
sliver
not
of
so great
history that the settlers will have us believe is, should be privileged above all the others.
Okay, so with that said, let's just one other thing I want to set up for the importance of what's going on.
Alexander the Mid. Yes.
It really
yes, well done.
Feels like, I want to say the Netanyahu government, but really it's a large swath of Israeli society has been preparing for an opportunity like the one that Donald Trump is going to present to Israel in terms of like annexing the West Bank. But I mean, this is, there has to be a lot of people, and this was, most of your reporting was obviously prior to the election, but there had to have been a lot of people who were basically, Donald Trump must have represented to them a huge opportunity.
And I think, sorry to interject, there was polling done about this. Kamala Harris was I think Trump tripled her support among the Israeli population.
Yeah. I mean, Trump, as you guys have covered, allegedly made a deal with Miriam Adelson to take $100 million of cash for the campaign in exchange for supporting the annexation of Israel. I should just say she denies that. But, then he chooses Mike Huckabee to be the ambassador, who is an evangelical who only refers to it as Judea and Samaria. So there's no secret among, certainly the far right in Israel, and as you say, a lot of mainstream Israel and the settlers, of course, that Trump is, I don't want to say ideologically aligned with them, because who knows what Trump's ideology on all this is, but he.
Yeah. And in my estimation, I feel like the reason the words Judea and Samaria are being used are really to weaponize the Bible, right? In a somewhat covert way, because there's plenty of people who, when they hear that, they just don't understand what the reference is, why it's important. But it's basically a way of sort of covertly claiming the West Bank as being just an Israeli territory, right? As somehow being intrinsically linked biblically, historically, making this sort of perverse justification on religious grounds. That it's like I said, it's sort of crypto, right? It's like in some people understand it, other people don't, and if you don't understand it, great. If you do, then you're in the club, right?
Be manipulated into supporting the annexation. Now, I will just say, if you ask most Palestinians, they will tell you that in the West Bank, or I should say the ones I spoke to at least, they will say, makes no difference. Trump, Biden, Kamala, Smotrich is going to do what Smotrich wants to do. And I think there is truth to that. But, what I get into in the story is how this idea of West Bank annexation is not going to look like one day, the entire IDF just rolls into the West Bank and starts planting flags everywhere. It's actually sort of a technocratic, quiet process that has been unfolding and is now expediting, and in particular through antiquities law. And one day we're just going to wake up and it's going to be like, oh, Israel now effectively controls the entire West Bank.
Well, this has been the Israeli strategy, as far as I can remember, the concept of facts on the ground. And this feels like a building upon the facts on the ground were, we're going to take new immigrants, and I think in particular Russian immigrants, and we're going to settle them essentially in these occupied territories and have them build essentially facts on the ground, which are going to be much harder to unravel.
Yeah.
Give us a sense of what was happening within the context of archaeology. Well, why is archaeology, broadly speaking?
You know, I watched recently, hold on, we'll talk about this in a second. But this conversation reminded me of a particular movie that is just, I mean, honestly, it's a hilarious movie, but I'm not going to get into it now.
In this, so important to this project of essentially annexation.
Well, I mean, it's so important to the project of Zionism, frankly. Annexation is, the extension of it. But I mean, it goes all the way back actually to like before the Zionists even arrived in, at the time it was mandatory Palestine. The British, when they started coming into Ottoman Palestine in the 19th century, were doing land surveying and renaming landmarks and, finding things. And basically they were finding biblical stories in the ground. And they sort of set this like epistemological framework to begin to think of Palestine in these real biblical terms. So then when the Zionists actually do start
That's when history started, right? When the Bible was made.
Exactly. That's when history started. And like, look,
right. Or whenever that was.
Deconstruct archaeology as a discipline and see how the entire thing is actually just sort of interpretation on interpretation. But, there is some science to it. But so basically when the early Zionists start to show up at around the turn of the century, the late 1800s, early 19th century, very quickly they pick up where the British left off. They start digging through the dirt, finding pieces of pottery, saying, "Oh, well, this is clearly from King Omri, so this must be so and so." And basically, what happens between, like, let's say, the late 1800s and 1948, when Israel is actually founded, is archaeology starts to develop as a discipline in what would become Israel, where it sort of was like turning the Bible into a definitive history book. And so
Yep. And I don't know if anybody here is familiar with Messianic Judaism, but if you want an example of just that, I would go open up one of their Bibles. Fascinating, the Tree of Life Bible. Oh my God, it is. It is a perverse, quasi-historical, like, what do you call it? Like a conglomeration of biblical and historical things in a way that is quite confounding.
Treating archaeology as this hard science, which it's not, and certainly the way they're using it is not. They're treating it as a hard science to basically create the idea by 1948 that, like, as you say, we have the facts on the ground. This is in fact Israel. So then when Israel actually is founded in 1948, Ben-Gurion was a huge fan of archaeology. He immediately sets people out to lead digs all across the country, and it becomes sort of like a national hobby where it's taught in schools, it's in museums. I mean, the way that we think of archaeology in this country is sort of like this.
And by the way, if you're not familiar with, I just realized some people probably don't know what Messianic Judaism is, but that's the Jews for Jesus, right? It's whatever. Look it up.
Practice that some people do. It just was not like that. This was like, again, sort of fundamental to building the identity of the Israeli Jew was finding things in the ground, saying where in the Old Testament it was from, and calling it Israel. Now, when you get to 1967, you already have this discipline that has been used to basically create a Jewish identity in the ground. I should say, like, the archaeologists at the time, who knows exactly what their politics were, but I think it's fair to say that at least a lot of them were not like explicitly saying like, we need to go take as much land as we possibly can.
Yeah.
But what they did
in the movie that I was actually referencing just a moment ago, this makes me think of is Don Verdeen. If you haven't seen it, it's a really funny movie, honestly. This is a great cast. And it is just this, it is really, it's talking about a lot of this stuff, not in like a really, it's not in a historical manner at all. It's a fiction, but but it kind of points out the genuine what do you call it? Satire in all of this nonsense.
They had turned this discipline into
Don Verdean,
for
DonVerdean, I think.
Finding
it's actually free on YouTube now. The reason I wasn't going to tell you is because you could easily just leave right now and go watch that for free. I mean, this is free too. It's all really free, technically. But yeah, you know, it exists. So when you have it in a second, you got yourself like an hour and a half or something. Yeah, there's no live streams available. Boy, that's a good watch. Not gonna lie.
1967 war happens. They occupy the West Bank. And immediately, archaeologists start pouring over the border, breaking international law, I should say, and doing digs and doing the exact same thing. And so I think what's interesting is, like, today we have, you know, the far right, the Netanyahus and the Smotriches, who have just completely vulgarized archaeology and turned it into just a blunt force weapon. But there also were just these ostensibly non-political actors who just were like, well, this is what we do. We dig in the ground. We call the ground Jewish. Now we control the West Bank, so we're going to go do it over there.
It's weird. It's a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe calling ground Jewish. Jewish ground. Pretty sure ground is non-denominational. That's my understanding of the earth. I don't know. Maybe the soil had a bris and you know, bought something or other, depending on how that ground identifies. But yeah, doesn't really make sense when you think about it. All right. Let's go on. Let's go here to Zateo, and we talked about this yesterday. We actually heard from these two people who they interviewed on Zateo. I think it was actually Prem who did this interview, if I recall correctly. But yeah, the very well known now YouTube channel Zateo had on the family members, brother and sister, I believe, of Ashnur Aigi, activist who died in the West Bank, murdered by the IDF, just protesting the illegal settlements in the West Bank. And the U.S. government has, of course, done nothing about this yet. Ashnur, if you're not aware, was an American citizen.
On September 6, 2024, Israeli forces shot and killed 26-year-old Turkish-American Ayşenur Ezgi during a protest against illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank. Now, over 100 days later, the U.S. government continues to defer to Israel to investigate itself, refusing to open its own independent investigation into the killing of one of its own. This week, Ayşenur's family came to Washington to directly appeal to their government to finally take action. Earlier, I spoke with Ayşenur's family, Hamed Ali, Ayşenur's husband, and Austin Bennett, Ayşenur's sister. Here's our conversation. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
And once again, sharing my condolences and compassion with you. And really just, it's a treat for you guys to be sharing your time with me. So maybe we can start at the beginning of this week, your meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Firstly, Hamid, just for basics, before we get into the meeting itself, what went into the planning of this meeting and how long did it take to put this all together?
Well, I think we've been preparing for this meeting since the first week after Ayşenur's death. we were offered a phone call from the Secretary's team, but we felt a in-person meeting would be more productive, given the precedence of that in other cases where Americans are killed abroad, especially. And we were ready to meet with him whenever he was available. There was, I mean, obviously schedules are busy, but this is a priority for us, and we were willing to make time, and we expressed the same, that, you know, we would love to see the State Department make this a priority for them too, and make the time to meet with us. But unfortunately, it took them 3 months to find a time to meet with us. So we've had plenty of time to prepare, to think about our frustrations, to expect anything really from them to share, given the length of time that it's been since we first suggested meeting and since we actually met.
Right, and so given all that time now, Ozan, take us into the room. What was it like in the room? Who was there? What was the conversation like? How do you feel it was received? Given, as Hamid says, there's all this time for them to prepare for this meeting. How did you feel it went?
So the meeting itself consisted of our family members, Secretary of State Blinken, Hadi Amir, who has a special assignment related to Palestinian relations, and Tom Sullivan, I believe, and 2 other folks from OCS. And given how much time had gone between when my sister was killed and when we met, we went in there with low expectations that maybe they wouldn't share everything that they know, but they'd be able to give us a little bit of information. And unfortunately, they didn't even meet those expectations. They provided us with absolutely zero information regarding where the investigation is at, any information that the Israeli government may have or shared with them. Secretary Blinken made no commitments to try to seek information we're asking for, such as unit number or the unit commander name. He essentially deferred to the Israeli investigation regarding all of our demands. And we walked.
Call Israel. What a great response from our government. That is incredible. So frustrating. I just found that those details to be just utterly unacceptable coming from the State Department, Anthony Blinken, and these people who are, essentially responsible for communicating to the American public, who have been giving us garbage day in, day out. And for them to treat the family of an American who was killed by a foreign government that we are funding as just, anybody else in this situation, I think is incredibly disrespectful. How rude. And it was certainly frustrating to me. I'm sure I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be them in that moment. She looks like she's about ready to cry. It's a rough fucking conversation. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I just figured we'd check in here as we are wrapping this up very quickly now. Oh my god, we are on the second to last video. We're leaving the Middle East, although the very last video, it's a long one and should be honestly kind of fun. But let's do this final video. Not final, second to last, penultimate. Nearly there. Let's go to South Korea, where in the wake of the impeachment verdict in Congress of current President Yoon Suk-yeol, The supporters of Yoon Suk-yeol have now decided to come out and protest in support of Yoon Suk-yeol and in protest of the decision to impeach. Although there are counter-protesters out as well, so the streets are filled with South Koreans.
Rival protests are being held in the streets of Seoul, South Korea today, a week after the president was impeached over his short-lived martial law declaration. Yoon Suk-yeol's presidential powers were suspended this week, but he remains in office and has not responded to the Constitutional Court's attempts to contact him. The court plans to hold its first preparatory hearing.
Now, I don't know about you, but I find it very strange that in another country, at a protest like this, they would be flying both South Korean and American flags. Yeah, that's what I'm asking, Frontier. You're thinking the same thing I'm thinking right now. It's just so strange.
In the meantime, demonstrators on both sides of the issue are making their voices heard.
I wanted to ask Yoon how he could do martial law to a democracy in 21st century. And I think if he really has a conscience, he should step down. I came here with so much anger. I truly believe martial law is justified and acceptable. Listen to this old fascist. Okay, Moon Myung-suk. She thinks martial law is both justified and acceptable, and her friend seems to be on board with it too. No matter how much I think about it, it's all because of the fake news, the spread of false information. And the manipulation of public opinion that is pushing the country towards left-wing ideologies. We cannot sleep because of it. I am very mad. So upset. It brings me to tears, and I am really heartbroken. That's why I came out today in strong support. It is clear that Yoon Suk-yeol is a criminal who should be who has sent the whole nation to its death, and I think the Constitutional Court should sternly dismiss him. Well, a lot of varying opinions here on the streets. Although I think the crowd was bigger for getting him out of there. We definitely watched those protests. See, people are fine with fascism as long as they think it benefits them. Yeah, wah wah. Oh boy. Alright, final story of the night. And I'm springing this one on ya. Get ready, folks. We saw the... Earlier today, we started off this stream with a holiday cheer by watching Mitch McConnell do his final speech as Senate Republican leader. Majority leader. But we're not done with exits from the government or from government positions. We're going to end the stream with one of those. Sorry to say, we're not going to be seeing any more of Vedant Patel, the State Department spokesperson. I believe he is, I think, right below Anthony Blinken, I think. And he came out here yesterday, 2 days ago, sorry, to make his final statement as State Department spokesman to the press. So sad, so sad. No more Vedant to come out and tell us things like, actually, we're going to leave that up to the IDF, or actually, the government has no comment on that at this time. Or, let me think of some other great Vedant quotes. What other great stuff did he usually say? I'm just trying to be, as respectful as I can be here in this moment, this very serious, austere moment. Things like the U.S. government strongly condemns something or other. I don't know, whatever. Here we go. Vedant, his final press conference.
Today is my very last press briefing.
Oh, so sad.
Administration.
Thank you very much for your time at the podium and around the building. And this is, for people who might not know, your last briefing.
I love how seriously Matt is taking this, because Matt has been one of the people to give Vedant some of the hardest to answer questions for him, and yet he's still
Thank you very much for your
he's still trying to be nice
and around the building. And this is, for people who might not know, your last briefing.
That is correct.
So anyway. On behalf of the press corps, Sean will say more, I'm sure, but thank you.
Thank you.
Is that a tear? Was that a tear, Matt?
To be honest and to be open.
Okay, that's a burn. That's a burn. That's an underhanded burn. Endeavoring to be honest. That's a good one. That's a good one, Matt. I like that. That's why you're a journalist, and I'm just a lowly spacecaster. It's that kind of a turn of phrase truly makes you one of the greats.
Endeavoring to be honest and to be open.
So true.
And transparent.
We can save all the comments for the end, but echoing Matt, thank you for being
God.
Sometimes the questions are not always comfortable. Sometimes they're comfortable, but thanks for being accessible. Thanks for actually having the briefings, which hasn't always been the case.
Of course.
Thank you, Vedant. I'm not going to wait till the end, so I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
For always being the perfect gentleman, all around me. It is something that I never take for granted. I just want you to know that.
You're welcome,
so I
Saeed.
appreciate every time you called on me.
Sure. Everybody, good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
Oh God, this is such a great moment in so many ways. It's the end of an era. It's the end of an era, people.
I don't have anything off the top. I may have some comments at the end, but we will save that.
Should we wait until the end then?
We should 45 minutes to an hour, and then dive right into that.
5 minutes of
It's good to laugh.
No.
It's good sometimes.
Still important business
I'll
to do.
say
So why don't you
something at the end
start?
as well, but let me just start by saying thank you very much for your time at the podium and around the building. And this is, for people who might not know, your last briefing.
That is correct.
So anyway, on behalf of the press corps, Sean will say more, I'm sure, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
For endeavoring to be honest and to be open and transparent.
Of course.
So.
Thank you so much. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah. All right. Let's start with Syria.
Sure.
So.
All right. Let's get back to me trying to get you to say things. How's that sound, Vedant? That really, I love that immediate switch. He's like, okay, so I just got done telling you how great you were. Now let's get to how maybe you're gonna be not great in a second. All right, let's talk about Syria. Matt's right. Let's get to serious business.
What is the latest there in terms
we all want to know.
Your guys' interactions with HTS and others.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And how you see things going.
Sure. Matt, so it should be no surprise to you. Not much has really changed since I talked about this yesterday.
God damn it. God damn it, Vedant.
All the groups in Syria, including HTS. I'm certainly not going to get into the private diplomat.
What do you think? You think we're going to get all the greatest hits in this one? There's one. That's the first one. I don't know where that is on the list, but no, we don't have any updates from the last time I told you. That's definitely of Vedant's greatest hits. Let's be real. That one's going in the Hall of Fame.
Panels, but we have once again, and we'll continue to stress upon everybody that that we have an importance of doing everything we can to find missing U.S. citizens, including Austin Tice, and bringing them home. The Secretary on his trip, which I know you were on, stressed quite clearly the transition principles that have been the cornerstone of our ongoing diplomatic engagements, principles that now have been taken up by countries throughout the region and well beyond that, which, if you'll humor me, our view is that when whatever government arises out of this transition, it needs to be inclusive. It needs to protect the rights of all Syrians, including women and minorities. Like all governments, it needs to preserve critical state institutions and deliver essential services. And perhaps most importantly, we want to see a Syria that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Syria,
Wow.
Or Syria being a place that's going to serve as a base for terrorism or allying with groups like ISIS. Also,
I love how he's got to get that in there. But actually, what's most important, everybody's got to remember this, is that Syria can't pose a threat to its neighbors. And that even means a preemptive threat, which gives Israel cover for its current invasion of the country. Thanks, Vedant. You're doing great so far. Keep it up, buddy.
Syria is a member to the Chemical Weapons Convention and has an obligation to ensure that any chemical weapons are secured and destroyed. That continues to be our North Star when it comes to our engagements as it relates to Syria.
Sure.
All right, Sean.
Sure. Well, we can save all the comments for the end. But echoing Matt, thank you for being accessible. I know sometimes the questions are not always comfortable. Sometimes they're comfortable, but thanks for actually having the briefings.
So many awkward laughs from him over here. Like, Vedant wants to enjoy this. This is his last moment to shine. Okay, as State Department under spokesman. I mean, this is his last opportunity. He wants to enjoy it. So do I. We all do.
Could you say a little bit about the situation in the north, the diplomacy on getting a ceasefire or getting truces?
Sure.
With the
That would be neat.
So, talked a little bit about this yesterday. Our assessment continues to be that the ceasefire in Manbij has been extended, and that is holding, and we're closely monitoring the situation around Kobani. As we talked about yesterday, Sean, that situation continues to be fluid, but we have not drawn the conclusion that we are seeing larger scale fighting. I'm not going to get into some of these private discussions, but we're working very hard to avoid an escalation.
Private discussions. There we go. There's another.
Certainly be of concern to us because it would limit the ability.
I wonder if the reporters are doing it on purpose, but we are really getting all of Vedant's greatest hits. Not going to get into any private discussions. We're going to leave it. We're going to leave it where it was yesterday. What was the other one? God damn it, Vedant. You're killing it right now, buddy.
Partners, the SDF, to continue to carry out our shared de-ISIS mission, which has been a top U.S. policy priority in Syria.
Not to be confused with de-icing, which is something the planes do before takeoff. De-ISIS mission is very different.
Into this, but beyond that, we support the immediate de-escalation and cessation of violence in all parts of Syria, and it's our view that this is the time to increase stability.
Sure. I know you don't want to get into the details of the negotiations, but I mean, Turkey has publicly said that they want the Kurdish fighters to disarm, and that's sort of a red line for them before going in. Is that something the U.S. agrees with? What's your conversation?
So I'm not gonna get into some of these private diplomatic conversations, Sean. Our focus is on promoting a Syrian-led political process while also ensuring a top priority for us, which is maintaining the enduring defeat of ISIS and terrorism that's been originating in Syria. Given that ISIS exploits instability, it's incumbent on all countries with.
Aren't we on the ground in Syria?
Of course, Turkey, to promote stability, dialogue, and restraint. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Sean, we support Syria's territorial integrity.
Do we?
I'll let others continue.
He's like, oh, whatever. We'll ask the next administration. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Okay, yeah. Syria is still going to maintain their territorial integrity, even though Israel's invading the south and Golan Heights. Okay, cool.
Staying on Syria, Where is Roger Carstens? Is he still in Amman?
I don't have any specific updates to offer as it relates to Roger. What I can say as it relates to our efforts to locate or ascertain more information on missing American citizens, including, of course, Austin Tice, that is a top priority for us in the region. It is something that we're continuing to engage on around the clock. We are
Cool. Okay.
in the region. We are working with interlocutors and making it very clear that this is a key priority for the United States. I don't have any additional specifics on that line of effort to offer for obvious reason, which I'm sure you can understand, but this is something that it will remain a focus for us.
And does this department have any comment on Vladimir Putin saying he would ask about Tice's whereabouts after Deborah Tice requested his assistance?
So I'm just not gonna. I don't have anything to offer on that. If there is any country that wants to play a constructive role in locating Austin Tice, we certainly would welcome that. I will note, though, that for the many years that the Russian Federation has been the one to prop up the brutal Assad regime, that Mr. Putin had the opportunity to try and help ascertain the whereabouts or location or information about Mr. Tice.
You know, I love this because we're also getting a beautiful view of how these have always gone in this administration, which has been to essentially give the spokespeople free reign on answering all questions relating to Russia. It's like, hey, you got this. You can make some assessments yourself. But then when it comes to talking about any of Israel's conduct in the region, it's like, actually, no, we're leaving that all to Israel. Thank you. Spokesperson for Israel can answer all questions about Israel. Thank you. Next question.
Hadn't done that in any of these previous instances, so I guess actions are going to speak louder than words. But you know, Mr.
So
Putin
true.
is welcome to do whatever he wants.
They usually do, actually.
Is everything that we can do in our disposal.
And then I have some on Gaza.
Well, sorry, could you just go back on Roger
Yeah.
Carstens? So you said you don't have anything specific to say. So is he missing too?
He is not missing. I don't have anything to offer.
So where
he continues to be in the region, working on this very important issue. Matt.
So he's not back in D.C.
Correct.
He's still
That
out
is
in the Middle East.
Correct. He is in the region. I don't have any other updates to offer.
Russian leader Vladimir Putin and Austin Tice. Has there ever been any effort from this building to communicate with Russia to try to ascertain Tice's location? Because obviously the hostage discussion channels with Russia have been fruitful in the past.
I'm certainly I wouldn't be able to get into something of that level of specificity, Shannon. It has been no secret for many years now that a priority for us in the Middle East region has been locating and determining information about the whereabouts of Austin Tice. The Russian Federation has known that. Every country in the region has known that. And we have indicated that to just about everybody that this is a key regional focus of ours, and it's ultimately one of our main priorities, the safety and security.
Well, there we go. Main priorities. I mean, really, this thing is sort of a greatest hits for Vendetta. Gets all the non-answers in there, and really put a nice, like a, what do you call it? Like an end cap on his tenure as State Department spokesperson. Well, we got through another stream. Staring into the void has its ups and downs. But thankfully, we have each other. This here roller coaster we call a spacecast. It's gonna be it for me tonight. But until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Brading, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monop, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all of these people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears hopefully just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month.